You know, I've been around for a while. Met some interesting people. Done some crazy things. So you just might think that there's not much that can take me by surprise. You'd be wrong. The world is full of stories, science, and things that amaze and confound me. Every single day, incredible mysteries that keep me awake at night. Some I can answer. Others just defy logic. Are we living on a hostile planet? In Newfoundland, a small community is devastated by a mysterious explosion.
It really looked like the bomb had gone off.
Was it a secret weapon or a freak of nature? On Lake Michigan, a yacht vanishes into thin air.
This is the most extraordinary thing I have ever witnessed.
Was it swallowed by an evil fog? And in the Indian Ocean, two giant flashes of light send a nation into panic.
Everybody knew for sure this was something to be very concerned about.
Yeah. It's a weird world, and I love it. Listen, nature, isn't it wonderful? You know, Mother Earth, she's all we have. Over 6 billion of us occupy possibly the only planet in the universe that sustains life, but yet we take everything from her and give very little back. Is she getting mad at us? Are killer tsunamis, quakes, and tornadoes the Earth's way of saying enough is enough? Maybe. But there's something else going on with our planet, freaks of nature that are impossible to explain and can strike you out of the blue. Sunday, April 2nd, 1978. 12-year-old Darren Bickford was making his way home on Bell Island, a small community in Newfoundland on the east coast of Canada.
I was outside riding my pedal bike, and I knew one of my favorite shows came on television at 11, so I was pedaling back home.
But Darren wouldn't get to watch TV that morning. Instead, he would witness one of the world's greatest unsolved mysteries.
As I approached the end of our driveway, all the birds stopped chirping, all the dogs stopped barking. It just went so still. And then it was boom, like a shotgun blast, followed immediately by another boom, and then followed immediately after the second boom. The ground shook underneath me. It was the biggest noise I have ever heard in my life.
Suddenly, something unbelievable appears right in front of Darren, a glowing ball of light.
It was hovering off the ground when it appeared out of thin air, and the beautiful colors of blue made up most of the center of the ball. And outside of the blue, it was orange and yellow mixing together. And then just like that, the ball of light just disappeared into thin air. This is without a doubt the strangest, most terrifying thing I've ever seen. But I was terrified, but I was transfixed by it. It was so beautiful looking, this ball of light, and the colors and the way it swirled around. You couldn't help but stare at it. Even though I was scared, I was shaken, but I loved it, and I've never seen anything like it. And I guess I will probably never see nothing like it again in my life. It was all over in 4 or 5 seconds. But those 4 or 5 seconds are burnt into my brain just like a roll of film.
The massive explosion was heard over 60 kilometers away. Its impact wreaked havoc. People reported exploding TV sets, blue flames shooting from electrical outlets, and a strange beam of light coming from the sky. This bizarre event was dubbed the Bell Island Boom.
After this happened, everyone was in bewilderment.
One house seemed to catch the brunt of the boom. It belonged to Darren's grandfather, James Bickford.
Fuses in his fuse panel were glass fuses that were screwed into the panel. These had come out like bullets and went about 20-odd feet the length of their hallway and buried themselves in the wall.
Grandpa's chicken coop is demolished. The chickens inside, killed instantly.
It really looked like the bomb had gone off in his shed.
It's a bizarre scene. But even more baffling are 3 large holes blown into the ground.
There was a cone-shaped hole going 3 or 4 feet down. We didn't know what it was.
This weird and mysterious incident soon generates massive interest around the world.
A lot of people came, the media came. The television news crew had me describe to them what I had seen.
Myself, I thought there was something happened to the world, or someone dropping bombs or something.
Now, this is really weird, or what? Little kid is riding his bike, minding his own business, when boom, this town is suddenly smashed by some mysterious explosion, turning fuses into lethal weapons, exploding TV. And what about those poor chickens? Awful. What could have caused something like that? Was that me? Jim Farrell was a local fire investigator and one of the first to the scene. After being asked to investigate, he sends his report to the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. The RCMP officially concludes that it was lightning. Farrell begs to differ.
I said, I don't believe it's lightning. I've never encountered anything so great as this force.
But Jim isn't the only one who wants answers. Soon, Darren gets a surprise visit.
There were these strange men. I was told they were scientists from Los Alamos, New Mexico.
The Los Alamos National Laboratory built and tested the first atomic bombs. Could there be a connection? The men interview everyone involved, including Darren and Jim.
I told them everything I knew, and next thing, I was more or less ordered to turn over my exhibits to a gentleman.
33 years later, and I would still like to know to this day, what was the ball of light that I saw? If it was lightning, how did it remain stationary and motionless in the air? How did it appear out of thin air and then disappear into thin air? Those things aren't supposed to happen, but they do happen. I saw it happen.
The 3 strangers leave without giving any concrete answers. What were they looking for? What did Darren Bickford and the residents of Bell Island witness? And what could have created the Bell Island boom? Science journalist Brian Dunning believes the answer isn't so earth-shattering after all.
There was actually about 600 booms between starting in late 1977 going through mid-1978. Nobody could really localize exactly what was happening, but it was heard from South Carolina all the way up through Canada.
Could the Bell Island boom be part of a bigger phenomenon? What could be responsible for this rash of strange booms?
As so often happens when you have a mystery, all kinds of people started coming up with crazy explanations for what these might be. And the most common one was people thought it was some kind of a military test of a new super weapon. Something like maybe that Nikola Tesla might have envisioned. Tesla, when he was in his later years and was getting kind of crazy, he was coming up with all kinds of proposals for ideas. He never built them or anything, but one of his ideas was a giant atmospheric superweapon that would move a large chunk of the atmosphere over a city and destroy it. And some people were saying that this might be a test, an actual test. Maybe someone actually built this weapon and we're trying it out. We don't know any superweapons that are consistent with what happened at Bell Island. It's purely conjecture. It's purely just a hypothesis that you make up. There's no evidence supporting that. Maybe it is the explanation, but we don't have any reason to think so. What started happening in December of 1977 is that the Concorde was flying over. It was making its supersonic flights between New York and Europe, and that created sonic booms coming over the land.
When planes fly through the air, they make waves, just like a boat in the water. The faster you fly, the closer the waves build up at the tip of the airplane. And when a plane actually goes faster than the sound waves can move, they pile up into one big sonic shock wave that can cause damage to the areas on land below it. Could the Bell Island boom just have been the effect of a sonic boom from the world's first supersonic passenger jet?
Because it was a sonic aircraft and made a big sonic boom, it was supposed to go way out to sea. However, on hot days, because of fuel expansion issues, it would have to take a shortcut route and it would go over Nova Scotia. For all the 600 mystery booms that we heard, most of them were correlated with sonic booms from the Concorde and other aircraft.
Could the world's fastest passenger jet have caused the tumult on Bell Island? Or was it something far more deadly?
It may be something that science doesn't know about yet.
A small Newfoundland community is thrown into chaos by an earth-shattering boom. Was it caused by a supersonic airliner? Carl Stefan is a professor of engineering. His theory is very electric.
What I've read of the Bell Island boom sounds consistent with a super lightning bolt.
Super lightning bolts are extremely rare, but freakishly powerful bolts of lightning.
Most lightning has a negative charge. However, about 10% or less of lightning bolts are positively charged. Positive lightning also tends to travel farther. It can go several miles from cloud to cloud, for example. So the eyewitness reports of the Bell Island boom that said the sound was heard for many miles around, that's consistent with a long positive lightning bolt that, you know, was going through several clouds in several miles distance before it hit the ground and did all that damage. The current is about 10 times what your typical lightning bolt would have. So it would make a much louder boom.
Superbolts almost always occur in the upper atmosphere over oceans. Very rarely do they hit land. But do they explain the weird things seen that day on Bell Island? Like glass fuses acting like bullets.
Strange things happen when very large currents flow through wires that aren't designed to carry them. Tremendous forces are set up, magnetic forces that can cause ordinary objects to fly like projectiles.
Okay, but what about the poor chickens that were roasted in their coop?
Chickens are susceptible to being electrocuted. What can happen with any kind of animal that are in a place where lightning hits the ground is the current running along the ground can actually run up through the legs and through the body and kill the animal.
Stefan's superbolt theory seems to help answer some of the mysterious incidents on Bell Island. But does it explain the weird glowing ball of light witnessed by Darren Bickford? Stefan believes the answer lies in an incredibly rare natural phenomenon.
The ball of light hovering sounds a whole lot like ball lightning. Ball lightning is sometimes seen to form right after a lightning strike. And it either disappears silently or it can explode. We suspect that it is an electrical phenomenon. It may be something that science doesn't know about yet.
Did lightning make fuses explode and act like bullets? Did it roast those chickens? Questions persist. If scientists don't even know what ball lightning is, how can they think that that's what Darren saw? If it was a superbolt, why did high-level personnel from a top-secret lab show up to investigate? And finally, what caused the 3 craters at James Bickford's place? Lee Tizard is an electromagnetic weapons researcher. He thinks Mother Nature shouldn't take the rap for this one.
I believe the evidence indicates that it was caused by something man-made and not something by nature. It was an accident.
But what could cause an accident on this scale? What kind of accident blows holes in islands?
During that time frame, the Russians were pounding North America with a very powerful and disruptive signal called the woodpecker signal.
The woodpecker signal was a radio signal used by the Soviets in the 1970s to provide early warning of an enemy weapons launch. By bouncing radio waves off the Earth's upper atmosphere, the ionosphere, they could analyze the returning waves for disruptions indicating a missile attack.
It was a 10 hertz signal, 10 vibrations per second, and it sounded like this, kind of like whack, 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 whack. It was just extremely powerful. It was so disruptive that the UN and a number of countries banded together at the UN and protested to the Soviet Union when they found out that it was originating from Gomel in the Soviet Union, and they protested and demanded it be stopped, but it really didn't stop for a long time. I think it stopped in like the mid-80s, but it went on for at least 10 years, the mid-70s to the mid-80s.
According to Tizard, the woodpecker signal was a ticking time bomb. He believes its use accidentally created a column of electromagnetic energy known as a standing columnar wave over North America. Despite being invisible to the eye, this huge energy field had the potential to be disastrous.
I believe that the standing columnar wave that was established collapsed. And when the standing columnar wave collapses, it creates these vortices of electromagnetic energy that have to dissipate. It sent down 3 spinning vortices of electromagnetic energy, and that's what we believe struck, explaining the 3 holes.
Did a Russian radio signal create an electromagnetic column over North America which accidentally collapsed? If so, why did it happen on a remote island off the coast of Canada? And does it explain the glowing ball of light?
It's believed that the standing columnar wave that was created by the woodpecker signal was attracted to Bell Island because of the iron ore content. It was a former iron ore mine.
Did the iron-rich Bell Island act as a giant magnet for a massive burst of electromagnetic energy caused by the Soviets? Or was it struck by a superbolt with a side dish of ball lightning? Whatever the truth, Darren Bickford and the other survivors of the Bell Island boom may never know. Weird, or what? A mysterious, deadly fog haunts Lake Michigan, swallowing ships and planes and bending time. Is this a true freak of nature? Is it weird? Or what?
In 3 meters, turn right.
You know, modern technology is amazing.
Turn right.
I mean, with nothing but this tiny gadget, I can navigate to within an inch of wherever I want to go. Look.
Prepare to turn left. Turn left. Go straight ahead.
It even talks to you. What a nice lady. And it's so accurate.
Turn right.
Yeah.
Turn right. Turn right.
Can't turn right, you stupid thing. There's a wall here.
Go straight ahead.
Ah.
Go straight ahead. Calculating route.
Have you ever felt yourself disoriented, like you're lost from the woods?
Route.
Well, I am.
Go straight ahead.
No!
Calculate.
It's not a pleasant experience, I can assure you. The Great Lakes of North America hold 1/5 of the world's fresh water. They're also one of the most popular areas for sailing in the world. But on a summer night, nearly 2 decades ago, Kathy Dorr discovered these gentle waters aren't quite what they seem.
The events of that night challenged my conventional view of reality.
It's a warm July evening when Kathy sets off for a leisurely sail.
Clear sky, light chop. It was beautiful out, and it was hot.
Just around nightfall, her calm journey is upended by something mysterious and alarming.
Very abruptly, we encountered fog, a very strange fog. It just descended on us. Poof, just like that.
In minutes, the fog engulfs the boat.
We feared that we might have a crash. At that point, I became very, very, very cold. In fact, I was freezing.
Blinded and cold, Kathy and her yacht have seemingly disappeared into a void.
The boat began a strange aquatic dance. It began to turn, almost as if it were pirouetting on its axis. There was no movement of the sea. This was not a whirlpool. I looked at the captain and I said, "Who's steering the vessel?" And he said, "Nobody, it's steering itself."
Amazingly, the vessel does 3 complete 360-degree turns. Then, as quickly as it appeared, the fog suddenly vanishes. They regain control of the boat and head for home. But when Kathy looks at her watch, she makes a startling discovery.
I've gone over this 100 times. We should have been back by 10 p.m., and it was after midnight. We cannot count for 2 hours. I don't know what happened to that time.
Kathy's pleasure cruise had somehow become a nightmare.
I just remember thinking, this is the most extraordinary thing I have ever witnessed.
What happened to Kathy and her yacht? Remarkably, her experience isn't the only weird event to occur on Lake Michigan. Numerous unexplained mysteries have occurred here. Passenger airplanes vanishing without a trace. Legends of ghost ships appearing out of nowhere, and thousands of UFO sightings. Could the mysterious fog Kathy encountered be linked to these strange events? Was it a natural phenomenon or something unknown? Pilot Bruce Gernon believes he has the answer.
When I first heard Kathy's story, I immediately realized that she had experienced what I call electronic fog.
Bruce believes that sometimes different magnetic fields from the Earth collide in powerful freak thunderstorms over remote bodies of water, such as Lake Michigan. The result is a metallic, highly charged fog.
It's been known to actually chase vessels and try to capture them. And once it captures them, it clings to them, and the people become disoriented because it doesn't make sense to them. No one has ever realized that it's attached to them. Everyone always thinks that they're moving inside this fog. They don't realize that the fog is moving with them.
Once formed, the electronic fog is magnetically attracted to metal objects like ships and airplanes, wreaking havoc on their navigational controls and displaying other incredible properties.
It has an electromagnetic energy within it that can become so powerful that it can affect the fabric of time itself.
Time warping fog? An interesting notion. But is there any science that can back it up?
NASA has just recently announced that they have discovered something new in certain types of thunderstorms. And it appears at the top of the storm, emitting antimatter.
Created by massive lightning within a storm, antimatter produces 10,000 times more power than nuclear energy. Some scientists speculate that this sort of power could open doors to new dimensions of time and space.
And this is a critical discovery that relates to the electronic fog.
Incredibly, Gurney says he knows what it's like to be enveloped by the electronic fog. He claims one of them captured his plane over the Bermuda Triangle and that he traveled 300 miles in only 10 minutes.
And that would be impossible to do in a small plane like this. You'd have to be going close to 2,000 miles an hour. And when I landed back at Palm Beach International, we always topped off the fuel tanks. And on this particular trip, we used 10 gallons less fuel than we've ever used before. And I'd made this trip a dozen times. And I saved that receipt. I have the original.
Could a mystery fog have sucked Kathy Dorr forward in time? Do we need to rewrite our science books?
This is a very real phenomenon.
A woman and her yacht suddenly disappear while sailing on Lake Michigan. Were they taken by a freak of nature known as electronic fog? Dr. Don Adrian Rice doesn't think so.
Human beings are not always reliable witnesses to our own experiences.
For him, the explanation is far more straightforward.
I think what the person was experiencing was sensory deprivation.
When our senses are deprived, say with a blindfold, our brains try to fill in the gaps, often with strange results.
Typically, they begin to either hallucinate visually, they could have auditory hallucinations, or they could have kinesthetic hallucinations with the body.
Could a regular fog cause Kathy Dorr to hallucinate and mistake an ordinary event for something fantastical? Maybe. But how could it explain those 2 missing hours?
You're having a great time at a party or someplace, time seems to go by very quickly. If you are sitting in a meeting, time goes very slowly. And of course, objectively, the clocks are moving exactly the same, but that's not your experience of it.
Dr. Rice is so convinced that sensory deprivation is the culprit, he's offered to recreate the weird events of an electronic fog in his lab. All he needs are headphones, a set of goggles, and ping pong balls. That's right, ping pong balls.
The experiment itself is one where an individual is deprived of visual information by having goggles with ping pong balls cut out, placed over the eyes, which lets in a little light. But otherwise, the person is deprived. And at the same time, we'll have them listen to white noise sound.
The participants are not told how long their senses will be deprived.
Tell me a little bit about what you experienced.
I've seen sort of outlines of things, almost like looking at clouds and you see shapes in them a little bit. Sort of like the outline of an eye or a mask sometimes. Maybe the sort of shape of a house.
A sensation almost as though I was sinking down a little bit.
I've started feeling a little bit uneasy, a bit nauseous, as it felt like things were moving around a little bit.
The darkness around my eyes was growing, as though one was being lowered into the ground. Interesting experience. A little bit unsettling.
Dr. Rice has proved that depriving the senses affects perception. But did they also lose track of time?
I was thinking about 5 minutes. I wouldn't have been surprised if it was actually 2 minutes.
I was thinking probably somewhere between 5 and 10, like closer to 10.
It didn't feel like very long, maybe, I don't know, 5 minutes?
Incredibly, the experiment lasted for 20 minutes.
I think the most interesting thing for all 3 was the time distortion, because this lasted for 20 minutes, and they experienced it from 5 to 10 minutes. So again, that's consistent with the experience that the person had in the fog, or others who have been in these kinds of situations where they experienced time distortion. So in this short experiment here, if that were to be generalized to a larger situation, a person may experience themselves as losing even more hours. So that would be very possible. But what you can actually see here is how our brain works and how our brain tries to make sense out of a situation where the senses are deprived. So your brain continues to do that.
I guess it is pretty powerful what your mind decides to do, you know, in a situation like that. It sort of goes where it wants to go.
It's a bit peculiar that your mind can sort of play tricks on you like that.
I don't know where that time went.
Wow, that's an incredible theory. The fog caused a severe case of sensory deprivation, which made Kathy hallucinate. But you know what? I'm sick of watching all these wonderful experiments. I want to try this and see for myself. Great. Hello? Hello? Okay, here we go. Just wait a minute. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm definitely seeing something. I think Dr. Rice might be really onto something here. Yeah. I can see white. I can definitely see white. And I am very disoriented. But I have to ask, can this explain how an entire yacht could get swallowed up by a fog? Hello? Hello, are you there? Can someone call a doctor? American author David Childress disagrees these strange occurrences are simply tricks of the mind.
This is a very real phenomenon. It's not just something that's a psychological aberration or hallucination on their part.
For Childress, the answer lies in ley lines, a matrix of magnetic pathways crisscrossing the Earth, connected by ancient ceremonial sites. He believes they can create vortexes of energy and manifest as the paranormal fog.
Other people call these ley lines different things. The ancient Chinese call them dragon lines. We might call them earth currents, or in Australia, the Aboriginals there call them dreaming tracks. The Earth itself is like a giant magnet. And it has a North Pole and a South Pole of magnetic energy. And that energy is created by the rotating, swirling magma inside the Earth. It too is magnetic. And with this ball that's the planet Earth, with the magnetic lines running all through it, it has its own special energy. And it's where these magnetic lines cross and come together in certain powerful areas, geometrically scattered around our planet, that these vortex, hyperspace spots occur. And it's my view that these vortexes of energy occasionally are activated and become alive and become portals or doorways to other time-space dimensions. And this is what people get caught up in the Bermuda Triangle or in the Great Lakes Triangle.
Incredible. But does it explain what happened to Kathy and her yacht?
What may have happened to Kathy on Lake Michigan was that she was in one of these vortexes when it became activated. And suddenly a mist or fog starts to come in and surround you. You're not in the same place that you were. You feel you're in another dimension.
If, as Childress believes, Kathy really traveled to a new dimension, how in the world did she get back?
Many of the people who have gone through these bizarre vortex areas and survived are probably very lucky. We'll never know how many people have been in these same vortex areas and situations, and they never came back.
Does this solve the mystery? Did Kathy Dorr sail into a patch of fog or into another dimension? Was she merely hallucinating as a result of sensory deprivation? Or had she entered a time vortex created by ley lines? Whatever the answer, it's most definitely weird, or what? A blinding double flash of light is detected over the Indian Ocean. Did it nearly cause World War III?
Everybody knew for sure this was something to be very concerned about.
When it comes to the mysteries of Mother Nature, there's a lot of things that aren't quite as they seem. It's all a matter of perspective. On one hand, could look perfectly normal. On another, could look like the end of the world. That's exactly what happened in 1979. Jeffrey Richardson is a U.S. security analyst. He knows lots of secrets, but he's yet to solve one of the biggest, the truth behind a mysterious event known as the Vela incident.
It's a fascinating anomaly. It's a mystery that reads like a techno thriller.
The tiny Crozet Islands lie in the Indian Ocean, over 1,000 miles south of Africa. Around 3 a.m. on September 22nd, 1979, something extraordinary happened there. Without warning, two giant, blinding flashes of light lit up the sky.
Everybody knew for sure this was something to be very concerned about.
Incredibly, 70,000 miles away, the flashes were also detected by a U.S. satellite called Vela 6911.
That triggered a very high level of alert, and from there, word went to the White House that something might have happened. They started calling in advisors.
They took it very seriously, rushing CIA agents to the area in military planes. But what triggered this extreme response?
In 1979, the United States had concluded a series of arms control treaties with the Soviet Union.
The Cold War rivals had just agreed to stop nuclear tests. But the flash detected by Vela 6911 could mean the Soviets were just playing games.
The Vela satellites' prime purpose was to detect nuclear detonations. What they saw was something that's very indicative of a nuclear explosion.
Had the Soviets broken faith? Had they really violated the new treaty and set off a nuclear bomb? Each side had thousands of nuclear warheads pointed at the other. The stakes couldn't be higher.
At first, the administration tried to keep wraps on the story, and it was full court press of intelligence activities to try to determine what was actually going on.
With a potential global crisis on its hands, the U.S. tries to confirm its suspicions by sending CIA sniffer planes to the Indian Ocean. Equipped with sensitive radiation detectors, they get an unsettling surprise.
There was no radiation detected. It was a mystery. They even sent people, CIA officers, into West Africa to get the leaves off trees to see if there was a residue from a nuclear explosion.
So what had Vela really seen?
They didn't know what actually happened. It's been such a mystery for so many years. In terms of strange events, I think it's, at the top of the list.
What happened over the Indian Ocean? What could cause a giant flash of light so powerful it could be seen 70,000 miles away? Tom Reed is an expert in nuclear weapons.
I've fired them, I built them, I've seen them go off.
He believes there is only one explanation.
I believe it was a nuclear test. A nuclear detonation is kind of hard to hide. I mean, it's not some pin drop in the night. It's a very major event.
But if no one witnessed the explosion, How can he be sure that Vela detected a nuclear blast?
A nuclear explosion has this sort of fingerprint. It is unmistakable.
This fingerprint is caused by the way a nuclear bomb explodes. First, it blasts out deadly gamma radiation at the speed of light, 186,000 miles per second.
Technically, it's a flash, but to the human eye, it's this ball of fire and the sun has come to Earth.
Then, as the explosion grows, the shock wave produces a second flash.
It's very mind-boggling, and it's very frightening.
Does the data from Vela confirm the signature double flash of a nuclear bomb? The recorded flashes are shown as curves on a graph.
These curves, those are like fingerprints. This first peak is the device going off. As the bubble expands, the energy releases again, and so you get this second rise.
But if Vela really saw a nuclear blast, where was the other fingerprint? The radioactivity.
They decided to put it in a part of the world where it's mostly water. You then pick a weather condition like a typhoon. A really serious typhoon would wash all the radioactive debris right back into the ocean. The best solution to pollution is dilution.
Incredibly, weather records confirm a typhoon was in the area just before the flash. But who would take such elaborate precautions to conceal a nuclear test?
People don't develop nuclear weapons just because it's Thursday. There has to be some reason. Every nation that has gone nuclear has gone in response to a very clear and present threat.
Did some nation have a reason to feel threatened in 1979? Reed believes the answer is obvious.
Israel has very clear and present dangers on its borders. The Israelis have technology, they know weapons, but they didn't have uranium.
Israel could only make the bomb if it had a supplier. But who else was threatened enough to upend the test-banned apple cart?
At the same time, the Soviets were pouring troops into Africa. South Africans mine uranium as a byproduct of gold. They got so much of it, they don't know what to do with it.
With Soviet forces in nearby Angola, did South Africa have reason to partner with Israel and build a nuclear bomb? Does this explain why a flash occurred in the remote regions of the Indian Ocean?
It is quite clear to me that this was a test by the Israelis with logistical support by the South Africans.
Why is it that whenever someone sees something weird, they always assume the worst? I mean, honestly, is the world so paranoid? Are we really looking at a massive Cold War cover-up? Was the Vela incident nothing more than a crazy conspiracy theory? Or is there another way to solve this mystery? Nuclear testing. It's a plausible theory, but not everyone agrees.
Vela never recorded a secret nuclear test.
Giant flash of light over the Indian Ocean puts the world on nuclear alert. Was it a freak of nature or something more sinister? Professor Richard Muller is a physicist. U.S. President Jimmy Carter appointed him to investigate the Vela incident.
It was an important international issue with diplomatic consequences, and they needed good scientific review of the data.
Muller has analyzed the same information as the nuclear experts, but he's come to an entirely different conclusion.
When we began our study, we were all convinced this really looks like it was a nuclear explosion. Next step, though, is to check ourselves. We're all scientists who have discovered things. We know the process of discovery consists of coming up with an idea, with a hypothesis, and then really checking and double-checking yourself in every possible way. So we had a long list of questions that we wanted to have investigated. Next step was to have these teams look at these questions, get back answers to us. But after that first day, I was pretty convinced this was a nuclear bomb. But when we did a scientific review of the data, there was something new and different.
They discovered that Vela had connected its data with two light sensors called bang meters.
Bang meter was a relatively simple device designed to detect flashes of light. It's spelled B-H-A-N-G. It's actually named after a drug, using an Indian term, a drug that if you take it, gives you hallucinations, has you see flashes of light. So someone with a sense of humor named these bang meters.
But remarkable, the double flash recorded by each of the two bang meters was different.
The two pulses from the two bang meters didn't match each other. That was a real mystery, but it indicated that this thing just didn't look right.
But if there was no blast, what could have caused a signal that almost caused a nuclear crisis? The experts are mystified until Mueller has a flash of insight. What if it wasn't anything on Earth at all?
The Vela satellite is at a medium Earth orbit. It's far away in space.
70,000 miles above the planet, Vela wasn't protected by Earth's atmosphere. It was bombarded by tiny bits of rock and metal called micrometeorites.
These micrometeorites don't reach the ground because the atmosphere slows them down and absorbs their energy. A satellite such as the Vela satellite is frequently hit by micrometeorites.
But even if micrometeorites smacked into Vela, how could specks of space dust replicate the massive double hump shock wave of a nuclear explosion?
If a micrometeorite hits the surface of the satellite, it knocks off dust. Dust reflects sunlight differently into the two bang meters. This could be the signal.
Is it possible the whole world was freaked out by a fleck of space dust knocked loose by a microscopic space pebble? After running more tests, Mueller and his team finally reached a conclusion.
What we thought was a bright flash thousands of miles away was actually just a dim flash that's only a few inches away. Vela never recorded a secret nuclear test. It was micrometeorites. That's almost certainly what we saw back on September 22nd, 1979.
Could this whole mystery be solved by something as simple as space dust? After all, no one actually ever saw the flash. Mueller's theory became the official explanation of the U.S. government. But not everyone is convinced.
Clearly, to me, from a political point of view, there's every reason in the world to try to not talk about this, form a committee, and kick it downstream.
Incredibly, in 2010, declassified South African documents revealed nuclear discussions with Israel in the years leading up to the Vela incident. Could the space dust explanation just be a cover-up?
The mystery was basically solved back in 1979. The people who understood the arguments understood them and realized we were right. There's no issue here. But there are people who refuse to give up. There are people who argue we never landed on the moon. It was all videotaped in the New Mexico desert. There are people who believe that the Kennedy assassination had gunmen behind the grassy knoll. There are conspiracy theorists who keep these things alive despite the fact that they were pretty much settled by people who understood the arguments at the time.
In the end, we are left with a mystery. Was the Vela incident proof of a secret nuclear weapons test, or was it merely some space dust that nearly took the world to the brink of disaster? Weird, or what? So there we have it. Stories of mysterious freaks of nature from all over the world. On the east coast of Canada, an earth-shattering boom stuns a community and leaves scientists scratching their heads. On Lake Michigan, a mysterious fog terrorizes a sailor and alters the very fabric of time. And over the Indian Ocean, A blinding double flash of light creates a nuclear crisis. Are these stories evidence of mysterious forces at work within the world? Do we dismiss those who claim they are true? You decide. Join me again next time for more stories that will undoubtedly be weird or what? You know, I've been around for a while. Met some interesting people. Done some crazy things. So you just might think that there's not much that can take me by surprise. You'd be wrong. The world is full of stories, science and things that amaze and confound me. Every single day, incredible mysteries that keep me awake at night. Some I can answer. Others just defy logic. Is the end of the world upon us? In Wyoming, a deadly force is sleeping underneath Yellowstone National Park. Could it awake and destroy the planet?
It could happen today. It could happen tomorrow. It's a race against time.
In Alabama, a NASA scientist makes a remarkable discovery. Is a killer solar storm coming our way?
If it were hit today, would knock us out, would knock civilization to its knees.
And across the world comes the threat of an invasion by robots. Could the Terminator be real? Yeah. It's a weird world, and I love it. You believe in prophecies. Some of the biggest events in history have been foreseen by some of the greatest minds. Nostradamus predicted World War I, Hitler, Napoleon, the election of U.S. President Barack Obama, and the atomic destruction of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. How did he do that? And why can't I do that? Were they simply lucky guesses? Can we somehow see with incredible accuracy what will happen hundreds or perhaps thousands of years into the future? And if we can, do we really want to know what's coming? Patrick Jarrell is an astronomer. In 1996, he did something extraordinary. He devoted his life to studying the complex and mysterious texts of the ancient Mayans. What he found is now the stuff of Hollywood. The world is coming to an end, and soon.
What captivated me the most after reading the Mayan prophecies was that they calculated this huge cataclysm at the end of 2012. And this was very disturbing information for me. I said, wow, gee, my whole future and the whole future of everybody will be destroyed in a few years. What am I going to do? And that changed my whole life. Before 1996, I planned to become the oldest person in the world by following a long living diet. In the morning, 1.5 liter orange juice, in the midday, 7 steamed bananas, and in the evening, rice with 1 kilo vegetables and 2 egg yolks.
But knowing when the world would end wasn't enough. Patrick had to know how it would happen. For the next 2 years, using complex mathematical formulas, he set out to decode the Mayans' hidden messages.
I was immediately grasped by the fact that they had very high accuracy and that they were able to calculate something very spectacular into the future. And it took me several years to decode it, but I found what will happen in 2012.
What did Patrick find? Is it an asteroid? Nuclear war? How will the world end? Gerald believes on December 12th, 2012, a sleeping giant will awake.
The supervolcano will erupt, and that will destroy completely our civilization.
There are at least 7 known supervolcanoes on Earth. They contain massive amounts of molten rock, which is trapped inside them below the Earth's crust. The pressure builds until finally it bursts, exploding in a catastrophic eruption thousands of times more powerful than a regular volcano. The last eruption occurred over 70,000 years ago. Could one of these giants be a threat to us now? Remarkably, the answer could be yes. And it's underneath Yellowstone National Park. Over 2 million tourists visit Yellowstone every year. Little do they know that under the surface lies one of the deadliest forces on the planet. Incredibly, this sleeping supervolcano may be coming to life. In 2004, scientists detected the ground starting to bulge around Yellowstone. Soon after, over 1,000 mini-earthquakes occurred there in just a few months. Some dismiss it, but others say it can only mean one thing.
The scientists that are saying that, well, the rumbling at Yellowstone Park, that is normal, well, they don't know what the Maya knew. The rotation from the Earth will change. Once the inner core of the Earth starts moving on its head, then the lava that is around the inner core will be pushed also very sharply to the crust. And we will have an eruption of the Yellowstone at the end of 2012.
Did Patrick Gerald unlock the Mayan secret? Is the Yellowstone supervolcano about to erupt? And could it mean the end of the world? Robert Vicino is an entrepreneur and survivalist. He's not waiting to find out.
If you thought Mount St. Helens was something to see, wait till you see Yellowstone go.
In 2003, Robert decided that there was only one way to survive the blast of a supervolcano: by building volcano-proof bunkers all over America.
It's a race against time to get our shelters built. You could say it isn't so and ignore the possibilities, but it's not going to make it go away.
Made of concrete and steel, these self-contained bunkers are buried underground. They can house up to 1,000 people and store enough food for a year. But who is going to use them?
We have about 10,000 members currently signed up from all over the world. After the Japan quake, we had a spike. I think we received 600-700 people in one day. So the awareness is going up. You know, as my prediction is, if we're still here a year from now, in early 2012, we're going to have a line. People are going to be waiting in line, begging to get in, and it'll be too late. When I first mentioned it to people, they thought it was crazy. I found that the reactions have changed in the last year, and even more specifically, this year, 2011. Now they're really wanting to know, where is it, and how big are they, and how do we get in, and how much does it cost? Because I think people are starting to realize it's coming. And it may be coming sooner than we think. You know, something interesting, and I just heard this today. Somebody advised me that, you know, the Mayan calendar talks about or we believe it ends on December 21st, 2012. And a lot of people say, well, so what, it ends, it's going to restart. And there's no proof of anything, and that's not what they meant, that the world was going to end. What I heard this morning was, 15 years ago, the common interpretation of the calendar was that it would end on December 24th, 2011. So it's closer than we think.
Could Vicino and his friends someday be the only surviving members of the human race?
If Yellowstone blows, you're looking at a life extinction event. The only parties that are going to survive are those that are underground. It could happen today. It could happen tomorrow. I think the Mayans knew something. How they knew, I don't know. Were they informed by some other culture? Did they know? Were they able to see into the future? Were they able to calculate the patterns of the solar system in the heavens to know when the alignments are going to happen, and when this happens, that'll happen? Did they exist in the last go-around 3,600 years ago? Or did somebody tell them?
Does this survivalist know something we don't? Whatever the truth is, he's taking no chances.
I don't know what inspired Noah, but I would imagine he was as passionate about what he was doing as I am.
Are Robert Vicino and Patrick Gerald simply prophets of doom? Or could they be right? Will a supervolcano cause the end of the world? Crazy, isn't it? I mean, if you listen to every doomsday prediction, prophecy, or conspiracy theory, you'd never leave the house, right? I mean, what is it with these people? Do they think that just because they say a giant volcano is going to rip through this planet and wipe us out, that we're going to believe them? I don't believe a word they say. I'm just being careful. A man decoding the texts of the ancient Mayans uncovers an astonishing prophecy. Will a supervolcano at Yellowstone destroy our planet? Stanley Ambrose is an anthropologist. He thinks we have reason to believe it might.
I suppose if you really wanted to stay around in a place that was struck by an apocalypse, that would be a good idea. I'd rather move.
A lifetime spent studying supervolcanoes has convinced Ambrose they are a force to be feared.
If Yellowstone blows, it would eject a huge amount of dust and gases up to 50 kilometers into the stratosphere. We have to fear global famine. We can imagine complete loss of crop production for decades to centuries.
In 1980, Mount St. Helens erupted in Washington state, sending volcanic ash over 10 kilometers into the air. Ambrose thinks this massive eruption would be dwarfed by Yellowstone. Could humans survive this kind of catastrophic explosion? We may know the answer because it's already happened.
The volcanic eruption of Toba stands among the most explosive and largest in Earth history.
Around 70,000 years ago, a supervolcano exploded at Toba in Indonesia. It was so powerful, it left a crater 100 kilometers long, still visible today.
Volcanic ash rained down over an area larger than the size of the United States. That's big. The Earth was surrounded by this thick blanket of sulfuric acid haze. The sun weakened. Much solar energy was reflected back into outer space. The landscape around the world was basically devegetated. If you lived anywhere from Southeast Asia across to India and Pakistan, the land would have been covered with a very, very fine white dust. That's the volcanic ash. And it is really fine and it is really white. And like snow, it reflects sunlight off of the land surface. Unlike snow, it didn't melt. It had to be washed away by the rains whenever the rains occurred, and that doesn't seem to have been very often. It's a global shock to the world system, what I call an instant ice age.
Before the eruption at Toba, the Earth was home to a healthy population of humans. Ambrose believes we can judge our fate by looking at what happened to them.
The volcanic eruption caused a population crash unlike any that had been seen previously in human history. And during the next 10,000 years, there were very few archaeological traces of humans.
Did a supervolcano take us to the brink of extinction? Could Yellowstone do the same now?
Everything within the blast zone would be buried. There would probably be general infrastructure failure. Agricultural production would, of course, be hammered. The United States would lose its entire grain belt. And if the whole world got cold the way it did with Toba, then there would be few choices of where to go to get food.
It's an alarming scenario. Should we heed the warning? Is the Yellowstone supervolcano ready to blow?
Sometimes it's bulging up like it's going to explode. Then these bulges go back down. One of these bulges coming up is not going to go back down. The pressure just might continue increasing. And that's when it's time to head for the hills.
Could Stanley Ambrose be right? Are billions of people in imminent danger of death by supervolcano? Jake Lowenster is the chief scientist at the Yellowstone Volcano Observatory.
It's my job to worry about whether Yellowstone's going to erupt.
Jake studied the supervolcano's behavior. He believes it's not a monster, but a pussycat.
People talk about impending doom because they know there have been eruptions in Yellowstone's past. There have been very, very large eruptions at Yellowstone, the size eruptions that people will call super eruptions. One of the things that you'll hear about when people talk about Yellowstone is somehow that it's overdue. And they throw out this number of 600,000 years for an interval between these large eruptions. Well, that number is pretty much taken out of nowhere. If you did the math on those three big eruptions at Yellowstone, the number for the interval would be about 730,000 years. Of course, the last eruption was 640,000 years. So the number 600,000 is more appealing if you're trying to build the case that somehow it's overdue. But second of all, here you're doing statistics based on a sample population of 2, the interval between the first and the second and third large eruption at Yellowstone. Sample population of 2, not very big, not really statistically meaningful to talk about how often big eruptions occur at Yellowstone. And finally, in terms of this, there's no guarantee that Yellowstone will have another one of these super eruptions. Volcanoes have life cycles. They're born, they live their lives, they die. There are very few places that we can point to around the world that have had more than 3 very large eruptions. There is a remote possibility of those eruptions in the future. It's just a question of whether the kind of activity we're seeing now actually forecasts that anything is in the offing. But there's no reason to expect a big eruption at Yellowstone within our lifetime, which doesn't seem very worrying to me.
Why is Jake so sure? He thinks there is something the prophets of doom have overlooked.
Well, the way that Yellowstone has erupted most of the time is through these smaller lava flows, which are similar to those that happen in Hawaii, which, as you can imagine, would be locally very interesting, but not an international problem.
In the last 2 million years, the Yellowstone supervolcano has had 3 giant eruptions. Jake believes a crucial fact is preventing another one. Yellowstone erupts all the time, but on such a tiny scale, it produces nothing but harmless flows of lava.
Lava flows can block roads, forest fires might start, but they sort of roll very slowly across the ground. You could generally outrun them very easily, so they're not very damaging events.
Far from causing a disaster, Jake thinks these lava flows are keeping a lid on the sleeping giant.
Anytime that you're having a volcanic eruption, you're removing pressure on the magma chamber. It seems to be relatively commonplace for Yellowstone to have this kind of activity.
Are many eruptions at Yellowstone keeping us safe from the supervolcano? Do they explain its recent rumblings?
Around 2009, 2010, we had a couple earthquake swarms. In a swarm, you have a number of medium-sized earthquakes, and they happen all in one particular location. They were among the larger ones that we've had.
But what caused the quakes? Scientists believe magma is flowing into the volcanic chamber, pushing up the crust. Is this a sign of an impending giant eruption?
There was about 25 centimeters or 10 inches, something like this, of uplift at Yellowstone. Between 1925 and 1975, it rose about 3 times that amount. So that uplift doesn't, in particular, seem very worrying to me. The kinds of activity we're seeing are the kind of activity that clearly has been going on for hundreds and even thousands of years.
Even if Jake is right, there's another burning question. Why are some people certain the Yellowstone supervolcano will erupt in 2012?
I think there's a subset of the population out there that just likes to be scared in a way. They like to come up with things that kind of stir the pot, but there's no clock beneath volcanoes that tells them when to erupt. Based on the information that we're seeing, there's no guarantee that Yellowstone will ever have another one of these super eruptions.
Were the ancient Mayans right? Will a supervolcano wipe out the human race in the greatest mass extinction since the Big Bang? Or is Yellowstone's sleeping giant nothing more than a harmless firecracker? Weird, or what? Everywhere you look, our planet is teeming with life. Whether a single-celled amoeba, a snail, or incredibly complex organisms and species like us. But all life forms on Earth have one thing in common. Our very existence depends upon, in fact, is at the mercy of just one thing. If it's in trouble, then there's trouble for all of us. They say you shouldn't stare directly into the sun. But for over 3 decades, NASA scientist David Hathaway has done exactly that. In 2005, he noticed something very strange.
It was a little unexpected by many of us, myself included.
Hathaway was tracking sunspots in giant regions of intense magnetic activity that occur on the surface of the sun. But the greatest danger to our planet is what explodes out of them: solar flares.
Solar flares can blast material off of the sun, a million miles an hour.
With a force of 10 billion atomic bombs, solar flares catapult billions of tons of red-hot plasma into space and sometimes directly at Earth.
When it strikes the Earth, can shape the Earth's magnetic field, does some spectacular things like produce aurora borealis, can also do things to our technology in particular. Solar flares can cause satellites to deorbit and ultimately re-enter the Earth's atmosphere and burn up, so you literally lose the satellite.
Solar flares and sunspots occur in regular cycles, but in 2008, Hathaway discovered something remarkable. Suddenly, they appeared to mysteriously stop.
We're seeing a sunspot cycle, the smallest we've seen in at least 100 years or perhaps 200 years. We didn't see sunspots for literally months at a time. That had us a little surprised.
Some scientists believe the change in the sunspot cycles is the calm before an unprecedented solar storm. A wave of solar flares so destructive, scientists call it Space Katrina. But now, other ominous signs suggest the sun could be waking from its deep slumber.
We've gone from no sunspots to 20 or 30 sunspots on the sun on a given day now. We've also seen the number of flares increase.
Is there something wrong with the star that gives life to all things on Earth?
We've had some fairly wild predictions. We've got to go way back. You've got to go back to the 1600s to find the sun misbehaving or acting as weirdly as it is now.
Is our sun preparing to launch the biggest solar storm in history? A NASA scientist discovers strange activity in solar flares on the surface of the sun. Could a giant solar storm be coming our way? Or is there another explanation for the sun's weird behavior? Nassim Haramein is a scientist. He believes he has the answer. In 2009, he made a remarkable discovery when viewing images taken by a NASA satellite.
What I noticed is when I was looking at this, first of all, we see two objects appear. Those two objects seem to have moved together and have moved across the frame. What's strange about this particular sequence is that when you follow this object, they make almost a 90-degree angle turn and then entering the sun.
NASA claimed the objects were simply comets or glitches. But when Nassim studied them more closely, he came to an amazing conclusion.
And when I started to see these objects, I couldn't believe my eyes. They were immense. I mean, they only look like little dots on the data, but a little dot beside the sun means that the object is almost the size of the Earth.
Planet-size objects entering the sun. Had Nassim found something extraordinary that even NASA had missed? He thinks there's only one explanation.
I believe these objects may be intergalactic ships from advanced civilization. They appear to be under intelligent control. They don't appear to act in a natural way that you would expect from, you know, cosmological objects like comets and meteorites and so on. It may sound completely outrageous, but imagine a civilization that's like thousands, if not millions of years ahead of us. Look at what we did in 150 years of advanced technology. We went from like literally horse and buggy to having rockets that are going to the moon and space shuttle and space stations and all this in 150 years. Imagine if we had 1,000 years of advancements in technology or 1,000,000 years in advancement. What would our ships look like? Well, they might be the size of planets.
Could this explain the sun's odd behavior? Are changes in its sunspot and solar flare activity being caused by alien ships?
The solar flare appears to emanate right after the objects impact the sun. To me, clear that the two are absolutely related, and the sun flare is most likely the shock wave resulting from the penetration of the objects through the surface of the sun.
Alien spacecraft deliberately crashing into the sun. It's an incredible theory, but why would they do it? According to Nassim, the answer lies in the astronomical records of the ancient Egyptians.
When I looked at all the data around the world from all these civilizations, they all talked about the sun gods. When you looked at these texts and the way they described them, they talked about the sun gods using the sun as a gateway. If you were an advanced civilization, and here I'm talking about a very advanced civilization, you could maybe enter and then come out at any other point in the universe. To me, after all these years, it has really become, you know, a fact of life. And I'm, you know, not surprised anymore when people come up to me and say, you know, when I was 10, I saw this object in the sky, or, you know, a few months ago, I saw this amazing, you know, object that could not be a plane and all this stuff. You know, it's so common. So many people have seen it. And now there is governments that are releasing files that, you know, from the military facilities, from extremely credible, you know, sources. You're talking generals and all sorts of high-level military personnel coming forward, talking about this activity around the world. There is true phenomenon occurring that has to do with UFO activity and extraterrestrial activity, supporting this idea that maybe the sun gods are on their way back.
Is our sun part of an intergalactic highway being used by alien traffic? Are they responsible for disrupting its natural cycles and threatening the Earth? Now, we did some pretty strange things on the Enterprise, but this is weird or what? Let me see if I got this straight. NASA scientists say our sun's sunspot cycles are behaving weirdly, and this could cause a giant killer solar flare to head towards Earth, right? While another guy, Nassim, thinks that there's something else causing these solar flares. He thinks aliens in spaceships the size of the Earth are crashing in and out of the sun, wreaking havoc. Nassim's theory seems crazy, right? Or is it? Our sun is acting like an oddball. Are its natural cycles being disrupted by giant UFOs? Is a fatal solar storm on its way to Earth? NASA researcher David Hathaway has an explanation that's far more down to earth. He thinks we have nothing to worry about.
This recent sunspot cycle has started later than expected, and I think I understand it. The sunspot cycle is caused by magnetic fields. Those magnetic fields that make the sunspots. And we've known for decades that it's the flows within the sun that take those magnetic fields, amplify them, and produce sunspots every 11 years. But the devil is in the details. Exactly what flows are there inside the sun that do this? What are the structure of those flows? And we're getting a better handle on that, but we're still not quite there yet. That we still really haven't got a model for how the sun does this, where we can take the equations and march them forward in time, the way a meteorologist might do with the equations for flows on in the Earth's atmosphere.
The sun's magnetic fields violently swirl around the surface like powerful ocean currents. They produce sunspots and solar flares until finally something bizarre happens.
The sun's magnetic field flips.
Every 11 years, the sun's magnetic poles do a backflip. Scientists believe this causes a dramatic decrease in sunspot and solar flare activity. But does it threaten us now?
We had weak magnetic fields produced on the surface of the sun during the last sunspot cycle. And because they were weak, we'll survive this without any major inconvenience.
The end of the worlders almost certainly have it wrong. The timing's just way off.
We may be safe for the moment, but could a mega solar storm hit us in the future? And what would happen if it did? Lawrence Joseph is a science journalist.
If a solar storm hit today, would knock us out, would knock civilization to its knees without any exaggeration.
How? An historical event could provide the answer. On September 1st, 1859, British astronomer Richard Carrington was looking through his telescope when a giant solar flare exploded onto the Earth.
It caused the northern lights to dance down to the equator. You could read a book at midnight outside because of the incredible radiation. The Carrington event caused some fires in telegraph offices and caused some disruption. But basically, it didn't inflict great damage.
Why didn't this massive flare destroy us?
There was no power grid holding society together. There was no telecom. There was none of the things that we've come to rely upon existed back then.
Joseph believes that if a similar solar flare hit us today, our massive reliance on electricity would be our downfall.
We're talking a blackout that could last months or years, could cover half to two-thirds of the continent. After a month, I can't really see anything but anarchy or the beginning of it. It's the paradox of progress, I call it. We have become more vulnerable to these storms, and the storms are headed our way. I mean, the shields are down, Scotty.
In 1989, a small solar flare knocked out the Quebec power grid and left 6 million people without power in the dead of winter. Joseph believes a giant flare would destroy every power grid on the planet. No electricity means no food.
I'm damn concerned people would really begin to die off in large numbers. So what are you going to do? We don't know. I mean, people go head for the hills. Well, what are you going to do in the hills? I don't know what to do in the hills. Most people don't.
Have our advances in technology made us vulnerable to a super solar storm? Is the sun's mysterious behavior natural, or are aliens to blame? Weird, or what? A world-renowned inventor makes an astonishing prediction.
20 years from now, computers will be operating fully at human levels.
Are we facing an uprising of killer machines? Could the Terminator be real? It's incredible, isn't it? If we were to believe the ancient prophecies, or our modern-day doomsday theorists, or even some of our best scientists, then not only is the end of the world going to happen, but there's lots of ways that nature could destroy us. And none of them are nice. But what if they're all wrong? What if the thing that will wipe us out has nothing to do with volcanoes or solar storms? Or what if there's something, aside from nuclear weapons, of course, that we've created that's an even bigger threat? Weird. Or what? In 1984, Hollywood gave the world a futuristic science fiction blockbuster. The story of a cyborg assassin sent back in time from 2029. The Terminator posed a remarkable question. Could robots take over and destroy us? Nearly 3 decades later, we may have the answer. Ray Kurzweil is a world-renowned inventor and futurist. He believes science fiction will become reality sooner than we think.
In the last 15 years, we've seen millions-fold improvement in the power of computers. And this is not just an idle speculation about the future, that's what we've seen. 20 years from now, computers will be operating fully at human levels.
It's an extraordinary theory based on an extraordinary fact. Today's computers are 100 billion times more powerful than they were a century ago. And their power is growing. Kurzweil believes they are rapidly catching us.
Computers already exceed humans at logical thinking, like playing games. There are robotic cars with artificial intelligence that are driving without human drivers. A computer today can look at an electrocardiogram and diagnose it with the accuracy of doctors. And that's something that wasn't feasible even a couple of years ago. So things are moving more and more quickly.
Are we experiencing the rise of the machines? Are our PCs more than simply harmless pieces of plastic and metal?
They'll continue to grow exponentially in the basic hardware power, more than doubling in power every year. We'll get to human levels of intelligence in a machine by my estimates around 2029.
Wait a minute, what did you say?
We'll get to human levels of intelligence in a machine by my estimates around 2029.
2029 is the year from which the Terminator made its return. Will machines equal, then surpass our brain power in just 20 years? Incredibly, Kurzweil believes it won't end there.
By my calculations, when we get to around 2045, we will have multiplied the intelligence of our human-machine civilization a billion-fold by merging with this intelligent technology we're creating. That will be such a profound, singular transformation when we can actually vastly multiply our own intelligence.
Will man and machine merge before the middle of this century? And if so, what does it mean for us?
It's not an invasion, from another planet. And people say, oh, we'll lose our humanity. In my mind, that is our humanity. That's part of who we are. Our computers, our technology is part of the human civilization. So we will transcend our biology, not our humanity. I believe we will embody our human values in these machines. They're part of human civilization already. I don't like the term transhumanism because it implies that we're going to transcend our humanity. I think the goal, anyway, is to keep our humanity and transcend the limitations of our biology. And that's not a new story. If we hadn't done that, human life expectancy would still be 23, which is what it was 1,000 years ago.
Could our world end, not by natural disaster, but with humankind simply becoming obsolete? John Leslie is a professor of philosophy at the University of Guelph in Canada.
It could be in the next 20, 30 years, we have computers which are more intelligent than humans and which take over control of our lives. And there's an obvious possibility there that things could go badly wrong.
John believes that far from advancing humanity, creating uber-intelligent robots and computers could backfire on all of us.
If robots became super intelligent, they could well have very little interest in the human race. They could think of themselves as superior humans and look on us in the same way as we look on ants. And a machine could come to the answer, let's get rid of biological humans and put machines in place of them.
Are the machines we've created going to turn on us and take over our planet? Is Hollywood right?
You have to remember that the science fiction of today quite often turns out to be the science fact of tomorrow.
According to John, it's not only Terminators that pose a very real threat to our survival.
In fact, one of the dangers here is that it may be that computers are in charge of the system which controls nuclear bombs. We simply don't know to what extent they are in charge of the destructive forces.
Could a machine deliberately trigger a nuclear holocaust? It's a terrifying scenario. But Leslie has an even more frightening theory. The ultimate threat to the human race is already in our homes.
You could argue that the internet is, at present, a gigantic computer, and that its intelligence far exceeds the intelligence of any individual human. Certainly the amount of knowledge you can get very, very rapidly on the internet is much bigger than you could get by consulting the greatest memory experts. I believe that the future of the internet is pretty certainly going to push it in the direction of more and more intelligence.
Every day, over 2 billion people log on to the internet. It connects most of the world's computers and databases, moving information around the planet. John believes the internet could evolve into a central brain that leads a cybernetic revolt against mankind.
It could become immensely intelligent and become, therefore, what takes over world government, and possibly then decides that humans are irrelevant and gets rid of them. That's just one way in which we could be annihilated almost immediately.
Will robots blow us up with our own nuclear weapons? Is the internet going to destroy us? Will man be enslaved by machines? You know, I never thought machines were that smart. I mean, most of the gadgets I have are incapable of doing anything useful at all, let alone reciting Shakespeare. But if we believe what some of the world's greatest minds are telling us, these things we've created are going to take us over, blow us up with our own weapons, and enslave us for the rest of time. Could that be possible? Not today, my friends. Leading scientists believe machines are becoming so intelligent that they will overtake humans by 2050. Will they become Terminators and annihilate us? Noel Sharkey is a professor of artificial intelligence and robotics at the University of Sheffield, England. He says, we have nothing to worry about.
We're really a long way off at the moment of creating the kind of technology you see in the likes of the Terminator, with big humanoid robots armed with machine guns plodding across the battlefield.
Some of the world's greatest minds disagree, but Sharkey believes they haven't asked one simple question. Why?
And as a scientist, I need evidence, and there's no evidence of any kind of really smart intelligence or any kind of desire, or robots would have a desire to take over the world, any more than a washing machine would want to take over the world.
Not only does Sharkey think that machines aren't a threat, but they're not nearly as smart as we make them out to be.
A lot of people talk about artificial intelligence at the moment being at the level of the rat or the slug, and it's going to get so much smarter and be like the human later. But for me, I've studied animals all my life, really, and I would say that current robots weren't at the intelligence of a bacteria, because bacteria can feed themselves and they know how to survive. Robots don't. They're dependent on me. And essentially, they're not bright enough to be called stupid.
But even if robots and computers are nothing more than digital dummies, couldn't someone use them for evil rather than good?
Well, the problem is that robots are very limited in what they can do. You just program a robot, but it's all up to what the programmer puts in there. There's no reason why the robot themselves would do anything that we haven't told them to do. And I certainly wouldn't be programming a robot to tell it to take over the world, and I don't think anybody else would.
Instead of creatures with a super-intelligence that surpasses humans, Sharkey thinks machines are our moronic slaves that lack the one essential ingredient for a robot-led Armageddon: human emotion.
We have consciousness, and we use that in our everyday lives, in our thought, in our desires, whereas robots have a really rigid silicon intelligence, no desires, no wants.
But if robots have neither the brains nor the drive for world domination, why do so many others believe it will happen?
The whole idea of a robot takeover is quite odd, and it's really the subject of science fiction. Right back since the word was invented in 1921, all science fiction movies have been about robots killing humans and taking over the world. But it is, as it says, fiction. One of my big concerns at the minute is that there are 43 countries worldwide that are developing military robots. And one of the problems is the military seem to have this idea, science fiction idea of robots, that they could be that kind, have that kind of intelligence. But in actual fact, they can't tell the difference between a soldier and a civilian. And so a lot of people will die. But it won't be through the intentions of robots. It'll be through the misuse by humans of a dangerous weapon.
Are robots just mindless heaps of metal? Or will man and machine merge and destroy the human race? We'll just have to wait and find out. Weird or what? So there we have it. Doomsday stories from the Earth and beyond. In Wyoming, a deadly supervolcano lies dormant. Will it explode in 2012 and fulfill a Mayan prophecy? In Alabama, a NASA scientist discovers the unthinkable. A giant solar storm could be on its way to destroy the Earth. And one of the world's greatest minds makes a startling prediction. Man and machine will merge by 2050. Will robots take over? Are we facing a Terminator Armageddon? Are these stories evidence that the end of the world is nigh? Can we dismiss those who claim these things are true? You decide. Join me again next time for more stories that will undoubtedly be weird or what? You know, I've been around for a while. Met some interesting people. Done some crazy things. So you just might think that there's not much that can take me by surprise. You'd be wrong. The world is full of stories, science, and things that amaze and confound me. Every single day, incredible mysteries that keep me awake at night. Some I can answer. Others just defy logic. Does the human mind possess powers beyond our comprehension? A housewife's psychic vision helps crack a major murder case.
I never wanted to be so wrong in my life.
Can crimes be solved with psychic power? A Californian man remembers every moment from every day of his life.
I can remember something so clearly, and then I go, wow, that was 41 years ago.
Is total recall possible? And a faith healer cures terminal disease with prayer. Is it a miracle or an amazing display of mind over matter?
If this was just placebo effect, you would find a handful of stories. You have thousands.
Yeah. It's a weird world, and I love it. The human brain. It's the most complex, advanced, and many would say, beautiful thing in nature. But how much do we know about it? Well, here are some facts for you. Did you know that it can process over 70,000 thoughts a day?
This is actually a cow brain, so it's more like 7 thoughts.
Or that it has over 10,000 miles of blood vessels?
Could you put it back, please? I need that.
Or that it doesn't feel pain?
Ouch. That hurts.
But these amazing abilities are really only the tip of the iceberg. The big question is, what don't we know about this incredible stuff? What else can it do? Oh, this is so great. Your brain generates between 10 and 23 watts of power, enough energy to power a light bulb. Impressive, huh?
This is pathetic.
Weird or what? 1980, Los Angeles, California. A massive police search grips the small suburban community of local housewife Etta Smith.
I think we were a little edgy because having things like that happen wasn't the everyday practice.
A hospital nurse is missing and feared dead. Astoundingly, Etta was about to find herself at the center of the investigation in the most bizarre way.
I made it a point to listen to the news during the day about this nurse missing. And the news said they were making a house-to-house search. At the moment that they said house-to-house search, everything went haywire. It was like I was seeing a movie. I began to see this area. I saw a trail, I saw a dirt path. I saw something white through the bushes, and I knew where it was.
For the first time in her life, Etta's had a psychic vision. She's convinced she knows where the nurse is. She's terrified and confused.
I didn't know what to think of it. There's some things that you just can't explain away. I'm arguing with myself. Should I go tell the police? They're gonna think I'm crazy. But what if she's there and she needs help?
Etta decides to drive to where she believes the nurse to be, a nearby canyon. Just being there seems to increase her newfound psychic abilities.
I see a big spray of dirt and tire marks, and I laid my hands into the tire prints. And as soon as I did, I could feel trauma. I mean, bad. By then, my heart is just fluttering, and I'm thinking, all I want to do is get out of here.
Fighting her fear, Etta follows her instinct.
Down the embankment, out the dirt path, I see something. There was white nurse's shoes. And I said, oh my God, it's her. I never wanted to be so wrong in my life. All I could think of is run, get out of here, get to the police.
When the police arrive, Etta's in for a huge shock. Instead of thanking her, they're convinced she must have had something to do with the murder. To her horror, she's arrested.
It was shocking. I cried till I couldn't cry anymore. Strip searched me, put me in a cell by myself. It was a nightmare.
After 4 days behind bars, Etta is finally released. Soon after, the killers, 3 local men, are arrested and convicted of rape and murder. Etta sues the police for false arrest, and after 6 years of legal battles, she wins. But even now, Etta struggles to make sense of the whole thing.
I don't know if it was her spirit that came and touched me to allow me to have the vision that I had. I don't know. It's one of those mysteries.
What did Etta Smith experience that day? Did she have a genuine psychic vision? Remarkably, many psychic detectives claim to solve crimes by means of mysterious insights. Is this possible?
I'd say there are 2 kinds of psychics. Those who have no psychic ability, but believe they do, and we call them fantasizers. The other type also has no psychic ability, they know they don't, and we call them charlatans.
Joe Nickel researches paranormal claims. He believes there's no such thing as psychic vision or extrasensory perception.
The history of ESP has been a history of self-deception, deception, wishful thinking, playing games with statistics, and not one person has been able to do anything meaningful.
But if psychic ability doesn't exist, how do psychic detectives achieve such amazing results?
The typical psychic engages in something we call retrofitting, or after-the-fact matching. You throw out some so-called clues. I'm getting water. I see a tall structure. And then the next thing you know, search party found the remains, and in comes the psychic saying, you know, I mentioned water, and that body was found near a creek or a pond or Riverside Drive or a water tower. Remember the tall structure I mentioned? And they get by with this. The number 7 was 7 miles out of town, or The sheriff's license plate has 2 sevens in the number, or it's silly stuff. It doesn't help the police find the body, but it helps them later rationalize that somehow people have visions of a mystical nature.
Did Etta Smith just make a lucky guess?
It's not so simple that everyone who claims to be a psychic is a simple fraud. Some of course are, but some are simply self-deceived. They're what would generally be called a fantasy-prone personality, and they believe that what they imagine seems very real to them, and yet they have no special powers. The average psychic detective is no use to police. In my opinion, they provide no real evidence, they create false hope, and they have done it at the expense of promoting ignorance and superstition in our society, and driven unsuspecting people into the clutches of fortune tellers and other people who are engaging in magical thinking rather than rational thinking. What we need to do in our society is use the organ above the neck that's able to analyze evidence and make rational judgments, not to have feelings and intuitions and so forth that don't pan out.
I see a long life full of riches and a man named Stephen. Does that ring a bell? You know, many of us have been to palm readers, fortune tellers, people who claim to have amazing psychic abilities who are really nothing but fakes. But Etta Smith wasn't someone performing cheap tricks. She saw something in her mind even the police couldn't understand. Would she do it just for fame and fortune? Or is she truly psychic? No, Stephen? What about Harry? Are psychics real? How did Etta Smith help solve a murder?
Etta definitely had a psychic vision. She had a clairvoyant vision.
A Los Angeles woman has a strange and sudden vision which helps police solve a murder. Was it a genuine psychic phenomenon? Popular psychic Tana Hoy thinks so.
When I first read Etta's story, my reaction that I had was, wow, this woman had a spontaneous psychic memory. I believe that the spirit was drawing her, pulling her to go and find her body.
If anyone can testify to how important psychic visions can be to the police, it's Hoy. He's helped investigators solve a double homicide and, while on live radio, predicted a terrorist attack 90 minutes before the Oklahoma City bombing in 1995.
A person can hear a word, a phrase, and it will awaken a psychic memory or a psychic vision within that person. She's awakened this vision, and she saw the canyon where the body was. That's an example of clairvoyant experience, clear seeing. And when she placed her hand in the tire tracks, she was making a direct connection with the energy imprint of the vehicle. Etta definitely had a psychic vision. She had a clairvoyant vision. Clairvoyance comes from the French word, and it means clear seeing. And she had visions inside her head that she could clearly see. So that would be definitely considered a psychic experience. I also would like to say everybody is psychic. Some people have learned to develop it and tap into it, and others haven't. Businessmen often talk about having hunches. Very common. Talk to a businessman, a stockbroker, some kind of investor. He'll say, oh, I just had a hunch. Or a businessman will say, well, I didn't hire that person. I just had a gut feeling it wasn't right. Women talk about their intuition. I just had an intuitive feeling that this was going to be like this. Or I had a sense that person wasn't telling me the truth. If you ever felt someone was lying, or had a sense about something, or felt somebody wasn't a good person, or you could trust that person, or you couldn't trust that person, you've had a psychic experience. We just don't call them psychic feelings, but anything that you're able to know, sense, or feel outside of your normal 5 senses is psychic in nature.
But if Etta's vision was for real, why didn't the police believe her?
We're going back to 1980. So back then, we didn't have the awareness of psychics that we have today. Today we see TV shows and we see psychics on talk shows. I don't feel that she would have been arrested today.
So given their remarkable successes, should detectives add psychics to the force?
A lot of psychics, when they work with police departments, they don't do it for publicity. They do it to help and give back. So it happens a lot more than we ever hear about.
But did Etta Smith really see something with her mind? Psychology professor Tim Moore thinks not.
I think Etta may have overheard information in the community without fully processing it at the time that she acquired it. But later on, it registered and prompted her to go to the police.
Moore believes something in Etta's unconscious memory triggered what she thought was a psychic vision. Psychologists call it source misattribution.
Source misattribution, you have information to which you falsely attribute having acquired as a result of experience when in fact it's been suggested to you or provided to you by someone else.
Etta Smith wasn't the killer, so how could she have any idea where the body was?
My understanding is that the actual culprits were blabbermouths, and they talked about what they had done in their neighborhood, which was her neighborhood.
Could Etta's psychic vision be mistaken for random information she had nothing to do with?
If Etta's not concentrating on the information at the time that she's hearing it, because that's not the focus of her attention, the information nevertheless gets in, but she doesn't remember the source. At some later date, she hears information on the news that the police are looking for a missing body. She recollects somewhat hazily or without appreciating how she came by that information.
But how could Etta have known the exact location of the body, the precise road in the right canyon?
I believe she's familiar with the area, so the original information could easily have triggered a cognitive map. The canyon roads there, for example, are pretty distinctive. She may have intuited, just on the basis of what she overheard, where the body probably was. I mean, that's not a stretch.
Did the unexpected recall of a hidden memory lead Etta to the body? Or did she experience a genuine psychic event which helped solve a case the police could not, whenever the truth? This story is most definitely weird. Or what? You know, the human brain has been evolving for, hold it. Well, how long has it been evolving?
2.5 million years.
903B, take 2, marker.
Action.
You know, the human brain has been evolving for 2.5 million years, but perhaps one of the greatest things that sets us apart from any other creature is the power. Oh, damn.
903B, take 3, marker.
And action.
You know, the human brain has been evolving for 2.5 million years, but perhaps one of the greatest things that sets us apart from any other creature is the power of our memory.
Yay!
Oh, come on. Where are my keys? Damn. Oh, wow. They say that everyone has a special talent. In Bob Petrella's case, that's certainly true. But he possesses something so special, it sets him apart from the rest of humankind.
The reaction kind of varies. A lot of people are amazed. A lot of people call it a phenomenon, as strange and unusual.
Even old friends are still shocked when they see Bob's power on display.
Oh, very good, very good.
May 18th, 1980.
Oh, that's Mount St. Helens.
Nerve gas attack in Tokyo subway.
March 20th, 95.
Correct.
Yeah.
Princess Diana's wedding.
July 29th, 81. It was a Wednesday.
It may seem that Bob just has a gift for remembering trivia, but there's much more to his incredible talent. He can remember nearly every single moment from every single day of his life.
I threw a bowl of soup on the ceiling on March 13th, 75. Sometimes when they think you're lying, they think you're making it up.
But every fact Bob pulls from his mind is correct. His memory is somehow perfect.
When's my birthday?
November 8th.
What's the year?
68.
What day of the week was it?
Friday.
What were you doing that day?
I was at a football game watching Beaver Falls play Hopewell. Beaver Falls got beat, I think 28-7.
Bob is the best friend to have because he always remembers your birthday. He remembers your anniversary. You also remember stuff that we did that I completely forgot. We've been working for a long time, and he'll call me up and like, 10 years ago, Nancy, we were on a plane to New York to do this story. And I'm like, 10 years ago? Yeah, we were, weren't we?
Well, usually anniversaries, I'll do it for that. If it's, you know, oh, by the way, November 8th, November 2nd, July 11th.
Oh, very good, very good. So it is cool having a friend, but it's not something that's always in your face, you know? I mean, you're very stealth about your ability.
Well, that's not my experience, because I watch football with him, so every time we watch a game, he'll say, remember that game 3 years ago when so-and-so did this? And I'm just like, I don't remember yesterday. Like, what are you talking about? The ability to remember detail from games and things that happened in games, and I just realized, and you know, because I just think of you as a buddy, I think, God, my memory's terrible. I don't remember that at all. How come I don't remember that? And it's...
Unbelievable though it seems, Bob remembers every detail of every experience he's ever had.
It's a little unnerving.
Sometimes I even amaze myself when I remember mundane things about when I got a haircut or what I had for lunch on a certain day. A lot of people are like, they look at you and just totally amazed.
But how's this possible? We all know our memory is far from complete. Words and names stick on the tips of our tongues, to say nothing of the inconsequential details of daily life.
May 1st. Let's go back May 1st. 10 years.
Where was I? Well, May 1st, 91, I was wrapping up a job at Pacific State University. That was a Tuesday, and that was the NFL draft.
Yeah, that's usually going to be around draft day.
Yeah. And then May 1st, 81, I was house sitting in Laurel Canyon for this woman named Autumn Brown. May 1st, 71 was a Saturday. Oh, and I was back east visiting. I went out drinking for the first time as a 21-year-old in a bar. It was a Saturday, you know, and I was, let's see your ID. Yeah, here it is, pal, I'm 21, you know. So it was like only 3 days after my 21st birthday.
Incredibly, Bob is not the only person with a perfect memory. He is part of an exclusive club. Around 20 people worldwide have what scientists now call super autobiographical memory, the ability to remember every single day of their lives.
Yeah, the amazing part to me sometimes is I can remember something so clearly, and then I go, wow, that was 41 years ago. I'm not sure how it works. It came natural to me.
A man with a super memory that can remember the tiniest detail from every part of his life. Now, that's impressive. But he's not the only one. You see, I've got some tricks of the trade myself. For instance, I've forgotten where I put my phone, and to stimulate my memory, I use another phone to call it. And then I listen. And then I simply head towards the source of the sound, and I should find it in the last place I was doing something important. Okay, I know it's in here now. Oh, come on. Yeah, no. Ah, you see, it works every time. Hello? The ice cream is in the refrigerator. So what explains Bob Petrella's incredible gift? Could the rest of us have this superpower?
We all have this capacity.
A Californian man has an incredible gift. He is able to remember every detail of every day of his life. Does he possess a kind of superpower?
When I first heard about this idea that didn't smell right to me.
Gary Marcus is a cognitive scientist. He believes people with super memory might not be so super after all.
I think what's really happening in this syndrome is that people are really spending a lot of time studying their own lives. People might try to remember the past because they want to hold on to it. It's not necessarily voluntary. Most of us, if we're interested in something, don't obsess over it. I think one thing that often happens in this syndrome is people are particularly interested in the details of their own lives. Not everybody is, so I think my life is interesting, but not so interesting that I spend a lot of time thinking about what happened to me in the past. I'm usually focused on what's going to happen next rather than what happened in the past. But some people are particularly interested, just like people might be interested in genealogy, or some people are interested in sports facts because they like sports. When I was a kid, I paid a lot of attention to baseball statistics because that's what I liked. Everybody has different things that they like, and some of us spend more time than others trying to actually remember those things.
So is supermemory just a form of obsession? To find out, Mark has spent time with other people who also claim they have it.
I think that people who have studied this phenomena have focused on what the people who have the phenomena are good at. But with the person that I tested that had this kind of syndrome, I kind of focused on some things that I thought they might be bad at, and indeed were.
When given standard memory tests like recalling lists of words, Marcus found people with so-called supermemory did no better than anyone else.
I think we as a species are worried that we're being replaced by machines. They're probably worried with good reason, because machines do have better memory. So when you find a person that at least looks a little bit like they have memory as good as a machine, maybe it makes us feel better about ourselves. I mean, the reality is, in the long term, no human's ever going to match the memory of a machine. The idea of photographic memory is a myth, and there's no human being that really has the level of control over their memory that a computer does. People with superior autobiographical memory can get really good at memorizing the details of their own lives, but it doesn't extend to everything. If they're not interested in it, they're not going to remember it.
So has Bob simply chosen to obsessively memorize his entire life? Not everyone is convinced. Dr. James McGaugh was the first psychologist to study supermemory.
The most surprising thing about this ability to me is what it surprises everybody. The fact that it can be done at all. If I should ask anybody what they did yesterday, then most people could run through the day yesterday pretty easily. And even the day before, if they think about it, they could run through. And that is not unlike what these people are able to do, except they can do it for every day of their life. So the question is, why is it that these subjects can do it for all days, and the rest of it can only do for 1 or 2 days with any reliability, aside from remembering special days and special events, because we all remember birthdays and weddings and funerals and automobile accidents and things of that kind.
After interviewing more than a dozen people with supermemory, he's convinced they're not merely obsessive.
One of our subjects made this very clear when somebody suggested that all that she does is sit around and re-rehearse all of her information. And she said, let me get this straight. I have a full-time job and I have a life, and I'm supposed to be sitting around re-rehearsing all of those experiences. Highly unlikely.
McGaugh feels that people like Bob are a real phenomena with memories way, way beyond that of even the best minds.
An average person can learn to do some memory tricks. There are individuals who have memorized the number pi out to 30,000 places. But that type of ability is restricted to that kind of information. People with superior autobiographical memory capture their daily experiences, and it doesn't really make much difference what kind of information it is. They just hold it.
But if it's not an obsession, how else would they remember their lives in such detail? McGaugh is working on an incredible theory.
One possibility is that we all store all this information about all of our experiences in our brain someplace. We all have this capacity, and they are able to tap this capacity in ways that we can't.
But how come people like Bob are able to do this and the rest of us can't?
We're beginning to find that there are some regions of the brains of our subjects who have this strong memory that are larger than the same regions in control subjects of the same age and sex.
It's believed part of the brain, called the caudate nuclei, is 7 times larger in people with supermemory. Could this somehow explain Bob's gift?
If the human brain is capable of doing that, that tells us that the human brain has this amazing capacity. There's something really important here, something unique and something important.
Do supermemorizers have turbocharged brains? Or is there another answer to this mystery of the mind?
And I say, okay, and I see the year, and I see the month, and then I choose in.
A man has an amazing ability. He can remember almost every moment from every day of his life. But how? Dr. Mary Spiller is a psychologist at the University of East London. She believes supermemory could be explained by a medical condition called synesthesia.
Synesthesia is probably best thought of as a crossing of the senses. So someone with synesthesia, when they hear music, they may see colours, or when they hear words, they might have tastes. So for example, the word tomorrow might taste like bacon, the word computer might taste like ice cream, the letter F might be a bright pink colour, number 5 could be a blue colour. And we think that it's probably a hereditary condition, so people with synesthesia typically might have other members of the family, might also have synesthesia, their father, their grandmother might have it. Research is currently looking to see what genes are associated with synesthesia.
It's an amazing concept, but how could it result in supermemory? Dr. Spiller believes people like Bob may have a rare form of the condition called time-space synesthesia.
People with time-space synesthesia see time. For example, someone may think of the months of the year as being located in a circle around their body. So January could be here, and then February, March, April, May, and so on around their body. And this can work for years as well.
Could the ability to see time allow people to keep their memories perfectly organized?
If you ask the synesthete, where is this particular Monday in 1978, they always know where in space that moment in time is. Almost as if they're looking it up in a filing cabinet. This gives people with time-space synesthesia an advantage when it comes to remembering when things happened.
Sure enough, when people with supermemory are asked to remember an event, they speak like they're seeing it.
And I see where May 1st is. I see the year, and I see the month, and then it cues into the day. And I say, okay.
Could this be proof that Bob and others with supermemory have some form of time-space synesthesia?
I think it's definitely possible that other individuals with highly superior autobiographical memory could have time-space synesthesia. Having a 3D sense of time could potentially have huge benefits for someone when storing memories.
Does the ability to see time explain Bob's near-total recall? Or is it because he has a slightly different brain than the rest of us? Or are people with supermemory such fans of their own lives they can't stand to forget a minute of it? Weird or what?
I gave him a choice.
You know, it was my birthday the other day. As you can see, I got some really great presents. The problem is with this newfangled packaging. It's a miracle you can get them out. Hang on. This should do the job. Yeah. Oh, well, at least I got it open. But do miracles, even small ones, have a rational explanation? Or are they gifts from a divine and superior power? Or are they something else? In 1993, Julie Spahn was living a happy life with her children and husband, Greg. But one August night, her life was suddenly ripped apart.
We were having a dinner, and suddenly Julie sat down, and I heard a cracking sound like a broken baseball bat, and saw her head fall to the table.
In a horrible freak accident, Julie had smashed her head on a shelf behind her seat.
And that's the last time I saw my wife for many years, as far as the Julie I knew.
I fractured the temporal bone in the back of my head, and which led to a significant brain bleed.
It's a very serious injury. In that moment, Julie's world turned upside down.
For the next 13 years, to put it bluntly, my life was pure hell. I literally had headaches every single day. I had visual problems. I couldn't walk. I couldn't sleep.
Julie visited some of the best doctors and specialists in the world, but they were unanimous. Julie's brain injury would leave her in excruciating pain for the rest of her life.
I lived at my lowest point. Part of me was terrified for my life.
But then one afternoon, in 2008, Julie sees a TV show featuring a controversial faith healer. Immediately, she knows something phenomenal is happening.
It was just incredible. I just had a really distinct peace come about me. And I thought, I really want to go see this man.
The faith healer is Ohio-based anesthesiologist Dr. Issam Nema. He claims to heal terminal illnesses through prayer. 2 months after seeing him on TV, Julie decides to meet him.
And when Dr. Nema walked in, I started feeling a great deal of warmth in my lower back. And I'm automatically thinking, okay, wait a minute. What can be happening already?
Could the power of Dr. Nema's prayer really be having an effect on Julie?
The life came back into her eyes that had been gone for all these years, and I just saw a total transformation in all aspects of muscle tone and color and warmth and just life. It was really amazing.
Incredibly, Julie's pain is gone. The headaches disappear. Her vision comes back. She can move normally again.
And I said, I don't think I need this cane anymore. And I proceeded to walk right out to the car and get in the car all by myself, which I couldn't do before. It was obvious something major had happened.
Her doctors can't explain her recovery, but Julie has no doubts.
I definitely feel like I received a miracle. There is no other explanation for it.
But Julie is far from alone. Thousands claim that Nema's prayers have healed them.
The Lord took the pain from me, relieved me of it.
I had my own personal miracle.
From cancer to multiple sclerosis, it appears no disease, ailment, or condition is too powerful for Nema's healing powers. As word spreads, people travel from all over the world to attend his services. But what's happening to people like Julie? Are they really experiencing miracles at the hands of a faith healer? Or is their recovery an incredible demonstration of the power of the mind?
Is it psychological? Well, of course it's psychological.
An Ohio doctor claims to cure terminal diseases through prayer. Is he really a miracle worker? Gilbert Ross is the medical director of the American Council on Science and Health. Being a skeptic is part of his job.
Merely because a patient undergoes a miraculous recovery after seeing a faith healer in no way means that the faith healer had any actual active role in the improvement.
Ross has a more rational explanation. He believes the power of healing comes from the extraordinary power of the human mind.
The successful faith healing is entirely the result of the placebo effect. It's purely dependent upon the patient's belief that the faith healing is effective.
The placebo effect is a recognized medical phenomenon. People who believe they are getting treated get better. Incredibly, in some clinical trials, placebos have proven more effective than surgery.
Patient a jar of sugar pills and you encourage them to believe that it's some sort of medication that will help them, you can provoke a placebo response, which may have some actual beneficial effect. Also, you'll be avoiding any potential for side effects or complications from giving the patient any sort of active medication. Now, the downside of that, and there's a very strong case to be made, is that this is unethical. That a doctor who gives a patient a medication including a sugar pill as a placebo, knowing that it's inactive, and yet not telling the patient that is lying to the patient. And whatever the good intentions of that act are, it's unethical on its face.
Nobody knows exactly how it is that placebos can be so powerful, but it's accepted that the mind has awesome healing abilities and that just believing in a cure is a powerful medicine.
The placebo effect is real in that a certain percentage of patients will feel better just from the intervention. Is it psychological? Well, of course it's psychological if you're not administering an active ingredient, but that doesn't mean that it's not real, and it doesn't mean that it's not biochemical or physiological either. The psyche is an extremely powerful force, and the brain does indeed manufacture neurohumoral factors that come into play in the body's metabolism. This is well known. I mean, the antidepressant pills, the selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, act on brain chemicals. So we know very well that mood and affect and behavior are to some extent chemical-based. So why shouldn't a psychological factor generate chemicals that also help patients to feel better?
So can this phenomena explain Dr. Nema's success? Could faith healing be a placebo that cures only because people believe?
Patients who have strong beliefs in spirituality, including religion, would be more receptive to all sorts of placebo effects, including faith healing. It has to do with some kind of ritual and the patient's sincere belief that what they're going through with the faith healer is going to help them.
Can the success stories of faith healers like Dr. Nema be explained by medical mind over matter?
If this was just placebo effect, if it was just temporary, you would find a handful of stories. You have hundreds, you have thousands.
Christian radio host Trapper Jack Keller has no doubt that Dr. Nema is performing bona fide miracles, something he's witnessed firsthand.
I have retinitis pigmentosa. I'm legally blind. It's a degenerative retinal disease. But twice in the 11 years I've known Dr. Nemi, my vision's been fully restored. Both amazing, dramatic moments that certainly got my attention. I haven't been able to see in the dark since I was 13. And I get up at 2:30 in the morning to do my radio show, and I actually woke up before the alarm went off. And I get up, and I just suddenly realize I can see everything. I can see the dresser, I see the chair, I see the table, the lamp, the fan. I can see everything, and I'm looking for the light source. How can I see these things? It's pitch black, but where's the light source? And there was no light source. It lasted about 60 seconds, and then the blackness came back. But for me, a beautiful sign of things to come, and it's my belief that it will come back when it most serves God.
But how can someone perform these cures? Where does Dr. Nema's healing power come from?
He's not doing the healing. He takes no credit for it. God does it all, but he gets to be the spectator. He gets to watch it happen. He's the connector.
So how does it work? What does Dr. Nema do at his services?
Something happens, and it happens over and over again, thousands of times over. I've seen people with MS. I've seen people with blindness. People who have been told they're going to die of cancer suddenly, literally, in the blink of an eye. The tumor's gone.
For Keller, Dr. Nema's healings are part of a tradition as old as Christianity itself.
The healing stories are written about in the Bible. You take it back to Jesus' time. And then the apostles were healing. And you realize that it's always been there. Absolutely, there are so many stories about miraculous healings from the apostles. Nothing's changed. Nothing's changed.
But why Dr. Nema? Why is it that he has the gift and not anyone else?
I believe Dr. Nemi was put on this earth to help people find their way to God. And God gave him that extra portion of faith. And that faith is being utilized beautifully. Miracles are happening to get your attention.
This is an incredible story, but is it just that? A story? Do faith healers hold the power to heal the sick or the dying in the palm of their hands? Do they possess something that science cannot identify something beyond this world? Or are they less than angels? Is Dr. Nema performing modern-day miracles? Should we take faith healers seriously?
Faith healers are either knowing or unconscious frauds.
Thousands of seriously ill people report being cured at the hands of a faith healer. Some say it's a miracle. Others think it's all simply the power of suggestion.
Faith healers are either knowing or unconscious frauds, that they use various conscious tricks to lead people to believe that they've been healed when they have not been healed.
Terrence Hines is a professor of psychology at Pace University, New York. He takes a rational approach to Dr. Nema's success stories.
The patient's own belief that they're going to be cured, I think, certainly plays a role. Getting people excited so that they won't feel pain through perhaps endorphin release is another trick. Endorphins are the body's natural painkillers. They're released under situations of high stress and arousal. So the patient will, in fact, believe, getting it correctly, that they've been cured.
Hines has spent time undercover investigating faith healers. He found that in some cases, they relied on trickery.
We went undercover at a faith healing meeting held in Brooklyn, New York. And about halfway through the healing session, an elderly gentleman was brought up on stage in a wheelchair. The faith healer laid his hands on this gentleman in the wheelchair and bade him walk. And this gentleman got out of his wheelchair, walked up and down the stage to great applause. It was a miracle. But in fact, one of the other members of the team had noticed this gentleman walk into the meeting hall under his own power earlier in the performance. As he neared the stage, one of the faith healer's assistants walked up to him and said, "Sir, would you like a wheelchair?" So this gentleman sits in the wheelchair. 45 minutes later, he finds himself brought up on stage and asked to walk. Well, he can walk. And he doesn't have the power to grab the microphone from the healer and say, "Well, but I walked in here by myself." Thus, a miracle is performed. At the end of the meeting, the faith healer did something that I find reprehensible. He said, "Even if you haven't been called up tonight, you're all cured. You go home, you throw away that medicine. You don't need your insulin anymore. You don't need that heart medicine. You've been cured by Dr. Jesus. Throw that medicine away." That's disgraceful.
But why would some faith healers set out to dupe people? According to Hines, it's a profitable game.
All faith healers that I've come across don't charge admission to their services. It's free. But during the service, they certainly ask for donations. At the faith healing meeting I went to, I became a volunteer usher, and I was given a collection bucket, yay big. And I thought, they're crazy if they're going to get this thing filled with money. I was the crazy one. I was pushing the $50, $100 bills and $20 bills down into the bucket. I think I probably cleared about $6,000. Now, there were 12 ushers. 12 times 6 is $72,000 taken out of that community in one night. I would call it a license to steal. Because at least in the United States, since they are a religious entity, they are exempt from any and all taxes. So there's no income tax on this money. So yes, it's a license to steal. And at least in the United States, they are probably not, in fact, doing anything illegal. And I'm not sure they should be. I'm not sure I could, not being a lawyer, could draft a law that would be constitutional and make it illegal.
Hines believes it's easy to hoodwink people into believing they've been cured. To prove it, he set up a demonstration of the power of suggestion.
So we have an actor who will play a doctor, a healer, and one of the gimmicks that he has is a neural stimulator. The patient will be told this will reduce their pain.
In fact, the neurostimulator is a classic placebo, a prop that does nothing.
And what we expect to find is that a number of people, not everybody, but a number of people will say, "My God, my pain's really gone. I can feel that."
The first volunteer reports a pain in her ankle. Our fake doctor assures her he can help.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna turn it on. I want you to keep breathing, and when I turn it on, you're gonna feel the energy coming out through your head, okay? Here we go. Do you feel the difference that this is making already?
Yeah, it's relaxing.
Phenomenal, look at that. She's joints moving in already, right?
Yeah. Didn't see how it would work, but actually, like, I had a pain like right at the top of my foot, and now I couldn't even like bend it, but now it seems to be better. Like, I can move it. It doesn't hurt as bad anymore.
Hein's theory seems to prove correct, as volunteer after volunteer are easily deceived by the fake doctor. So much so, he feels it might have been a profitable day.
The people who reported a positive change probably would have given it a donation. Not a huge amount, because again, they didn't come prepared for that, but yes, I suspect a donation could have been wrung from them.
So are faith healers con men who prey on the weak and vulnerable? Or can healers like Dr. Nema channel science-defying miracles into ailing bodies? Or is it simply that our own minds are so medically potent that people like Julie can heal themselves with the power of belief? Weird, or what? So there we have it. 3 stories exploring the untapped power of the human mind. A woman's paranormal vision helps solve a murder. Can horrific crimes be solved by psychic powers? A Californian man can remember nearly every moment from every day of his life. Can we all one day have total recall? And a faith healer cures terminal illnesses through prayer. Is it a modern-day miracle or an awesome demonstration of mind over matter? You decide. Join me again next time for more stories that will undoubtedly be weird or what? You know, I've been around for a while. Met some interesting people. Done some crazy things. So you just might think that there's not much that can take me by surprise. You'd be wrong. The world is full of stories, science, and things that amaze and confound me. Every single day, incredible mysteries that keep me awake at night. Some I can answer. Others just defy logic. Is there life after death? In Connecticut, a man visits a Civil War battlefield where he is suddenly overcome with emotion.
To this day, I don't understand what exactly happened.
Is he the reincarnation of a dead general? In Haiti, 18 years after his death, a man returns from the grave.
This individual had clearly been pronounced dead by the doctors.
Do zombies really exist? And in a remarkable experiment, scientists in England conduct a series of groundbreaking séances. Is it our first genuine proof of the afterlife? Yeah. It's a weird world, and I love it. Death. Not exactly pretty. Especially when you consider that one day all of us could end up looking like this. But should we simply accept this as our fate, or is there something else that awaits us? Since the dawn of time, humans have been obsessed with the idea that there's something more than this. Well, is there? Do our lives go on even if we die? Can we return and communicate with our loved ones here on Earth? Is there life after life? And perhaps the most important question of all, can we prove it? Well, just maybe we can. Jeffrey Keane is a retired firefighter. In 1990, he decided to visit the site of the famous Battle of Antietam, one of the bloodiest encounters of the Civil War, and a place where thousands died in just one day.
I was traveling down through Pennsylvania with my wife, antique hunting, and I asked my wife if it was okay if we took a little side trip over to Antietam to see the battlefield.
But what begins as a fun day out will soon turn into a nightmare.
My wife wasn't very much into history, so she remained in the car, and I walked over to where the battle had taken place at the sunken road. Gone about 50 feet when it became very hard to breathe. I started crying. I was very angry. I was very sad. If you take the saddest you've ever been and magnify that by about 1,000 times, that gets close. I was exhausted. I couldn't tell exactly what was going on. I thought I was maybe having a heart attack, but I didn't have any pain.
Overcome by a wave of violent emotions, Jeffrey then has a powerful urge to visit the gift shop.
I felt compelled to go there. I threw a magazine on the counter. I said, I want this, and it was a Civil War quarterly magazine on Antietam. To this day, I don't understand what exactly happened.
For the next 18 months, Jeffrey's life returns to normal. Until one night, when he attends a Halloween party.
It was a really nice party. They'd spent a lot of money on the decorations. They had hired a palm reader. And I sat down in front of this woman, and she took my hands, and I told her the story of what happened in Antietam.
As Jeff tells his story, the palm reader suddenly becomes uneasy.
She's sitting there shaking her head, and she dropped my hands a few times.
And then she drops a bombshell. She believes Jeffrey was at Antietam in a previous life.
She said, you died there, but you hung around for a long time. I said, just let me ask you one question. Are you sure he was dead? She said he was full of holes. That's one thing I'll never forget.
The bizarre encounter will lead Jeffrey on a journey in search of the truth.
The next day, I took my wife to work, and I remembered the magazine that I had to have. I had it for a year and a half and hadn't read it. I opened it up to the section on Antietam where I had had the experience, and my eyes skimmed down the page, and I see a photograph of a general.
As Jeffrey stares at the photo, he is stunned by what he sees.
I look over, and this picture says General John B. Gordon, and when I see the face, I tell people I know the face very well. I shave it every morning. Unless you're unfeeling, unthinking, completely drained of any type of emotion, it's going to have a bit of an effect on you, even if it's just awe and wonder.
Remarkably, Jeffrey is a double for General John B. Gordon. But as he reads on, things get even weirder.
I read in the story he had been wounded 5 times that day. He was shot through the face, and I figured he had probably been killed there.
John B. Gordon was a general of the 6th Alabama Regiment, a hero who was shot in the bloody Battle of Antietam. Could there be a link between Jeffrey and a general who had died nearly 200 years before him? Suddenly, Jeffrey makes another startling connection.
It was on my 30th birthday. At 12 midnight, I got such an horrendous pain in my jaw. It radiated down into my neck. I know what it feels like to be shot through the face. That's how bad it hurt.
Was Jeffrey's mysterious pain somehow related to General Gordon's injuries?
Gordon was 30 years old when he was shot through the face. Same age. That was 10, 15 years before I ever heard Gordon's name. It wasn't like this was worked backwards. I heard about Gordon's wounding. I went over to the hospital, made him fudge up some documents that mimicked the wound that Gordon had 100 or more than 100 years before. Kind of hard to do. And I have the documents to prove the hospital visit.
Could all these remarkable similarities be explained by coincidence? Jeffrey believes there's only one answer.
I don't need any more proof that there's reincarnation because of all the things that happen to me. We never die. We're continuous. We always have been, we always will be. That's how Gordon found me at Antietam. I always say it's the other way around from what people think. I'd say Gordon found me where our hearts touched at Antietam.
What an extraordinary story. Did a Civil War general who died over a century ago reincarnate, jump into Jeffrey Keen's body, and continue his life through Jeffrey's eyes? Are we all in a continual cycle of birth and rebirth, simply interchanging bodies as we go? And if so, this raises yet another question. Do we get to choose? I mean, who was I before I was who I am now, and who will I be next? Could I be you? Now that is definitely weird. But what? Dr. Cynthia Myersberg is a Harvard psychologist. She believes reincarnation is simply a function of how we deal with memories.
Something odd happens, and people go looking, as we all do, to make sense of their lives. If you have a rich imaginative ability, it becomes very difficult to distinguish between something that's a record of perception and a record of imagination. Did I dream that, or did it happen? Did I hear about that, or did I actually experience that? And it can be very difficult.
Cynthia believes that one way we do this is by creating false memories.
False memories are what they sound like. They're recollections for either events that didn't take place or didn't take place in the way in which they're remembered.
Are people like Jeffrey just making their stories up? If so, why?
Memory, although it feels a lot of times like we're watching a film in our mind's eye, that's not what's really happening. We're always reconstructing it from little pieces that we have saved, in a sense, and we put it back together. And our brain fills in for us the missing parts.
Researchers have been able to study this phenomenon.
It's possible to induce false memories in a matter of moments. For instance, if someone sees a doctored photograph showing him or her as a child in a hot air balloon, people can very quickly form memories for it. The way we measure false memory propensity in the lab is we use something called the DRM, or Diess-Roediger-McDermott paradigm. What the paradigm consists of is we present people with lists of words. In our lab, they listen to them. Then they're asked to write down, without guessing, only those words they're certain they've heard. What makes the task tricky is that each list of words, there's a word that isn't on the list but is related to all the words on the list. So the words might be sour, bitter, sugar, honey, and so forth. But the word sweet is never said. In the lab, past life memory participants were much more likely to endorse having heard words that they didn't actually hear. However, they were no different in terms of being able to correctly identify words that they did hear. So they were more likely to have false memories of words they didn't hear, but their true memory looked just like the control participants. I interpret it to mean that although there's no difference in ability to form true recollections and true memories, there's an increased vulnerability to form memories for events that perhaps did not occur.
Can Jeffrey Keen's claim of reincarnation be dismissed as a series of false memories? Does it explain what struck him down?
People come to believe they have past lives because something weird happens, something that's outside of the norm in some way for them that they need an explanation for.
Is reincarnation real, or simply a product of our minds? Do we all have past, present, and future lives?
We know so little about the nature of reality that I think it'd be very, very foolish to say that this cannot happen.
An emotional collapse at a Civil War battleground leads a man to believe he is the reincarnation of a dead general. Is it possible we all have past lives? Tariq Sator is a facilitator at the Ontario Hypnosis Center. He not only believes reincarnation is real, he can demonstrate it using a process called past life regression.
Past life regression is a series of steps that you go through in order to access memories from previous lifetimes. It is allowing the conscious mind to be put aside for a while as you access the subconscious mind. Begin by just lightly closing your eyes now.
Tariq is preparing a patient, Karen, to travel back not only deep into her own past, but to lives she may have lived before, and from where he can access her memories.
Imagine, if you will, above your head is a point of absolutely pure white light. It starts by first taking the client back through age regression, and typically it's about 14 or 15 years old and then to 3 or 4 years old.
I'm on my mom's lap and I'm getting all of her attention.
Karen has now gone back over 30 years. The next step will take her into what is known as blue mist, a space in between her current life and the one she lived before.
Take a deep breath now and go beyond the blue mist, finding yourself at a still earlier time.
Incredibly, it appears Karen has now entered a former life.
I am climbing rocks and there's a forest nearby.
Are you male or female?
I'm male. I think I'm hunting.
Okay.
Tariq believes what Karen is seeing is real.
They're interacting, they're in the body of that past life. They can see out of that person's eyes. It's very, very personal.
To complete the session, Tariq must reverse the process and bring Karen back into her current life and present age.
And 1, eyes open, back.
Did Karen actually visit her former life? Is past life regression evidence that reincarnation is real? Dr. Stuart Hameroff is a scientist. He believes the only way to find real proof of reincarnation is by using science.
There's a lot of anecdotal evidence for apparent reincarnation, but it's been dismissed because it seems irrational. Now we have a theory, a possible explanation, so I think all this evidence needs to be reevaluated and considered seriously.
Hameroff's theory concerns one of the greatest mysteries of both religion and science: the soul.
I think the soul is our consciousness, the sum total of our memories and conscious awareness, and I think it can exist outside the body after life and possibly in reincarnation.
But even more remarkable is that Hameroff thinks the soul exists as a series of information, quantifiable by physics.
I think a quantum version of consciousness can give rise to something like a quantum soul that can account for a lot of these anecdotal stories that we've been hearing for eons.
Many scientists believe consciousness exists with cells in the brain, but Hameroff thinks it exists on a subatomic level in quantum particles that can stay connected and survive death.
When a patient has a cardiac arrest and is resuscitated, they often tell a story of a white light, a tunnel, and in many cases floating above their body looking down on what's going on. This could be consciousness as quantum information dissipating. When the patient's resuscitated, the quantum information goes back and the patient wakes up and reports having had a near-death experience and perhaps even an out-of-body experience.
It's an incredible theory. But if our souls do exist in quantum form, how are they reincarnated?
It's conceivable that this quantum information, the quantum soul, if you will, could re-enter an embryo, which would be reincarnation.
Do our souls consist of information that can travel even into an embryo? Have we solved one of the greatest mysteries in the universe?
We know so little about the nature of reality that I think it'd be very, very foolish to say that this cannot happen. And with the anecdotal evidence from reincarnation and memories and past life and so forth, it seems to me that it may be more logical to assume that it does occur.
Was Jeffrey Keane the reincarnation of a long-dead general? Or did false memories convince him it was true? Does the soul exist independent of our bodies? Can we visit past lives? And if we can, what will we find? Weird? Or what? Scientists in England conduct a series of groundbreaking experiments. Did they find the first genuine proof of the afterlife? Hello? I don't know about you, but I've always been scared of things that go bump in the night. Fred? Most of them we can explain, but what about those we can't? Are we surrounded by spiritual entities, the remains of those that have passed from this life? Are they what we call ghosts? And if they are there, are they friendly? And can we communicate with them? Fred! In 1993, a team of researchers in the town of Skull, United Kingdom, set out to find indisputable evidence of life after death. Conducting a series of extraordinary séances, they witnessed paranormal events that would mystify science. They called it the Skull Experiment.
What we didn't know was that it was going to become very, very special and work in a pioneering way to provide proof of life after death.
Robin Foy led the séances. He believes the experiment was unique because of their attempts to make sure it was credible.
It was important for us to show to the outside world that we'd taken every security precaution that we could to ensure that the work was fraud-proof.
To conquer the skeptics, the séances were held in the supposedly impenetrable cellar of a suburban house.
The whole place was brick. There were no trapdoors. The only door into the cellar was locked internally. Each one of us would wear luminous armbands so that everybody who was present could see that no one moved. We were using a table which was actually fraud-proof so that nobody could get under it and do anything at all. We were seeking to actually get viable proof that we live on after we die.
The Skull Experiment began in November 1993. As Robin Foy and his team assembled in their cellar, they had no idea what might happen. But it didn't take long to find out.
After a short while, the spirit lights come, little lights about the size of a pea or slightly larger, very bright, and they would sort of perform aerobatics. Later on, there were spirit voices speaking from mid-air. We were able to hear on a one-to-one basis all of the spirit people. Everybody in that room would be regularly touched by spirit hands.
As the experiment continues, the team is amazed as the paranormal activity becomes more intense.
All sorts of different things would materialize in midair and then fall down onto the table. We would hear the bang as that hit the table. We may actually have solid spirit personalities moving around in the room. We were pushing the bounds of psychic research further forward than anyone been able to produce or witness anywhere in the past.
Encouraged by the success, Foy decided to try something extraordinary. Something that would prove they had made contact with the afterlife.
We were doing an experiment with a film that was still in its plastic container. We would have this locked into a security box to ensure that nothing was ever done by us to that film.
It was a remarkable and ambitious idea. The team hoped a spirit might somehow implant an image on the film inside the box. If so, it could be the proof they were looking for. When they finally checked the film, they couldn't believe their eyes.
That was quite amazing. We had hundreds of photographs that were produced to show us various aspects of the spirit world itself. Some of them were so fantastic they really would knock your socks off.
But there was one photograph that was different from the rest. A haunting image of what seemed to be a woman's face.
You actually see on this one areas of this person's face.
Who is the woman? And how did her image appear on the film? Foy believes this chilling incident makes the skull experiment the definitive exploration into the presence of the afterlife.
The skull experiment, I think, was very, very important because it went further than anybody had ever been able to go before in proving the real existence of life after death.
Despite his claims, many skeptics doubted the results. Did Robin Foy and his team of researchers make contact with the other side? Is the skull experiment proof that there is life after death? Or could it have been an elaborate fake? One way to find out is to try it for ourselves.
Watch on mobile devices or the big screen, all for free. No subscription required. Download Beely now.
A UK research team experiences a remarkable series of paranormal events during a series of séances. Did they find proof of life after death? Brian Dunning is a scientific journalist. He believes the events of Skull were nothing more than an illusion.
Here's the problem with seances, is that seances have existed as a magic trick for 200 years. They are an illusionist giving the impression that spirits are in the room. They are a magic trick. It's almost impossible to envision a seance being done seriously by people. They're always performances. So that's why, yeah, it's hard to take a seance seriously.
What we are trying to recreate are the famous skull experiments.
Was the skull experiment a magic trick? To test Dunning's theory, we've set up a fake seance using a professional illusionist. To create the conditions at Skull, the participants are sitting in pitch darkness. Using night vision cameras, we can see them, but they can see nothing at all. The session begins with everyone holding hands.
Give me your hand here and your hand here. Please do not break the psychic circle at any time during the seance. Spirits, are you with us tonight?
The skull experiment claimed that spirit voices seemed to come from midair. The illusionist will attempt to recreate them with an assistant using a cardboard tube as a megaphone.
Speak to us.
She will always love you.
Whoa.
Faking disembodied voices seems simple.
Charles, the name Charles.
But can they convince these participants
that was close.
They are being physically touched by spirits as claimed by the people at Skull?
My spirit guide, I'm going to ask my spirit guide, Francine, will you give us a physical manifestation? I want Francine to come towards the center of the table. What? What happened?
Don't touch me.
About yourself! Whoa, whoa, whoa!
The final trick centers around the claim that objects materialized out of thin air. Is this so easy to disprove?
Leave us now! Leave us! Ah!
The experiment is over. Even though his seance was badly faked, the participants are left visibly shaken.
Nobody's laughing. Everybody took that completely seriously. It was a very powerful experience for these people.
Although the participants were fooled, Brian believes this proves the skull experiment was a hoax.
We saw a few of the things today that were reported from the skull experiments. We've seen that those can be easily faked.
Do we know that they faked them at Skull? No, of course not, because no controls were applied. We don't know what actually happened. But when we see how easy it is to fake it, how can we know that these could have been real?
Could the greatest experiment into the existence of the afterlife be just an illusionist's game? No doubt. Magic tricks are easy to perform, and many of the claims made at Skull have been dismissed out of hand. But the biggest mystery of all still remains unanswered. Who is this woman? And how did her image appear on a roll of film that was locked inside a box? Even Houdini would have trouble with that one. Peter Schrammick is a photography expert. We asked him to examine images from the Skull experiment and try to unlock one of its biggest mysteries.
As I understand it, the film was put into this box and locked away, and the exposure, the effect on the film, was supposed to have happened while the film was locked up in this box. My first reaction was, this is an interesting manipulation. I assumed it was something that would have been done in the darkroom. It looks very similar to the kinds of distortions, collages, manipulations that people have done in the darkroom because it's fun to do.
But there was no darkroom at Skull. Was this photograph created by the spirit of a woman? Peter believes the answer to the mystery lies in the type of film they used.
With Polaroid, you have the direct development, so there's no darkroom involved. When you process it, you actually put it into a container that is full of a gelatinous chemical that gets spread onto the film evenly. And that is the chemical that develops the film, contains the dyes that causes the color, and so on. And so you have this jelly-like substance that's being spread over the film to develop it. You're cranking that through by hand or sometimes by motor. And depending on how you crank it, you can get different kinds of distortions and effects simply because for chemical reasons. And that, in my mind, is what's happened in these photographs. All you're seeing are the chemicals that are the way that they've affected the film as it's gone through. What is harder to explain are the actual faces of the images. They're not light effects, they're not chemical effects, they actually are, images of faces.
So how was this haunting image created?
My explanation for that would be that the film has been tampered with, and the film has been put through the camera, and these faces have been exposed into it prior to the supposed experiment. And then when it's processed, these show up, but they show up in this distorted fashion because of the chemical processing distortion. And that actually is quite easy. You can take a roll of film. I can take this sort of brand new roll of film. No one's ever done anything with it. I can take it. I can put this film in the camera. I can shoot the roll of film. I can wind it back. And as I wind it back, I can leave the leader sticking out like this, and no one knows whether this film is exposed or not.
Peter believes he has solved the mystery. But what if the Skull researchers were telling the truth?
I don't think while the film was in the box that any of the effects that we're seeing could have been created unless one believes in some sort of supernatural explanation.
Is this a woman from the spirit world? Did Robin Foy and his research team find proof of life after death at Skull? Or was it an ingenious hoax? Whatever the truth is, this is weird, or what? In Haiti, a man dies after a sudden and mysterious illness. 18 years later, he returns from the grave. Could this prove that zombies exist? When it comes to the mysteries of the afterlife, perhaps there's nothing weirder than zombies. The dictionary describes a zombie like this: the body of a dead person given the semblance of life, but made mute and will-less by a supernatural force, usually for some evil purpose. Sounds like my bank manager. But could it be true Could mindless, shuffling cannibals actually exist outside of Hollywood? The tiny nation of Haiti is home to many mysteries, but none weirder than the tale of a man named Clairvius Narcisse. Wade Davis is an explorer and author. He investigated the case, which began in 1962 when Narcisse suddenly became violently ill.
I mean, the constellation of symptoms that he reported were so strange that you initially thought this had to be coming from the realm of science fiction.
Although doctors work feverishly, it's too late to save the stricken Narcisse.
The death was witnessed by both the physicians and nurses and his own family members, and his sister had actually affixed her thumbprint to the death certificate, verifying that this was her brother had died.
Devastated, family members say their final goodbyes, and Clairvius is finally laid to rest.
You could go to his grave site, where the slab of cement had been placed upon his grave shortly after his demise.
It should have been the last anyone heard of Clairvius Narcisse. But 18 years later, something incredible will happen that ensures no one forgets his name. In 1980, Clairvius' sister is going about daily chores in her family village. Suddenly, she sees something beyond comprehension. Standing before her is her deceased brother. Clairvius Narcisse has risen from the dead.
He claimed that he was buried. He claimed that he was magically resuscitated by a sorcerer, and that led off to the north of the country, where he had been working as a sort of a zombie slave for 18 years. Now, clearly there's no incentive, economic incentive, to create an indentured force of labor in a country where costs of labor are trivial. I think the idea of slavery ties into a deeper concept, which is that the essence of a zombie is someone who has lost their soul. But in addition to being cast in perpetuity into this state of kind of limbo, you're also said to be made a slave. And of course, given the colonial history, that combines to create a kind of a phenomena that's almost worse than death, because you lose your personal willpower and your physical freedom. And together that combines to make the plight of a zombie the worst possible fate of the individual, which is precisely why in Haiti the fear is not of zombies, as the movies imply, the bad movies, but of becoming a zombie.
Did Clairvius Narcisse return from the dead a zombie?
There was no question that this individual had clearly been pronounced dead by the doctors. And then the question became, why? How? What happened to him?
This incredible story attracts the attention of a team of scientists who are keen to examine the case and uncover the truth.
They investigated all these lines of evidence, analysis of the fingerprints by forensic experts, the testimony of the family members and the doctors.
After months of searching, the investigators come to a remarkable conclusion.
Really led two very reputable scientists to go public saying they had found the first provable instance of a zombie.
What did the scientists find? Did Clairvius Narcisse rise from the dead? Do zombies exist? Stephen Schlossman is a Harvard psychiatrist. Incredibly, he believes the answer could be yes.
When I started thinking about how I would explain zombies medically, it was kind of a lark, and then it ended up getting a little creepy. The typical zombie, in my view, is slow, shambling, can't figure even the simplest of dilemmas out, wants to eat human flesh. There is ways you can medically explain the behavior.
Remarkably, Schlossman believes just a few changes in the human brain could turn one of us into one of them. It starts with the cerebellum.
This is a sheep brain, but imagine this is a human brain, which looks an awful lot like this, just bigger. The function of the cerebellum is to help us maintain balance. In zombies, we've got to think that there's something not right with their cerebellum, because zombies are really not balanced well. They hold their hands out so they can maintain balance. They've got that wide-based gait. They've got truncal ataxia, which is when the trunk of the body moves back and forth and up and down. That's all cerebellar disease. And it's easy to sort of think that whatever causes the zombie plague must take a whack at the cerebellum. There's a number of diseases that can affect the cerebellum. In those cases, you have exactly the shambling gait that you see in the zombie movies.
The shuffling is one thing, but what explains a zombie's mindless violence?
The amygdala is the most primitive part of the brain. It's the region of the brain that has very base emotions.
Our amygdala is the source of all anger and rage. But it's kept in check by our frontal lobes, the most advanced part of our brain.
So we might have an impulse when somebody cuts us off on the road to yell at them, to tailgate them, to do something not nice. The frontal lobe jumps in and stops you from doing that. When we watch zombie movies, we can guess that zombie frontal lobes are pretty much gone. They can't hold back their impulses.
Could a unique combination of brain injuries somehow create a zombie? There's just one problem.
The zombie, by definition, has to die and be reanimated. There is no medical basis for something coming back from the dead so far.
But how does Schlossman explain that Clairvius Narcisse was certified dead, buried, then returned from the grave?
Maybe he's not telling the truth. Maybe he's undergone some kind of neurologic insult that prevents him from remembering what's just happened. But if we're talking about really rising from the dead, that doesn't happen.
A Haitian man dies from a mysterious illness, then returns from the grave 18 years later. Is he proof that zombies exist? Wade Davis has investigated the case and has an incredible theory. He thinks Clairvius Narcisse didn't die at all, that something made him just seem to be dead. But who or what could have fooled the doctors?
There are lots of drugs that can kill, but to find a drug that brings you to the doorway of death and then brings you back into the realm of the living would be remarkable indeed.
In 1982, Davis made a breakthrough. He discovered that Haitian voodoo priests were rumored to be using a special poison to turn people into zombies. Was this the drug he was looking for? He decided to visit Haiti and see for himself.
Through a series of negotiations, I was able to get a local priest to make this poison for me. I collected all the raw ingredients, which ranged from, dried toads to dried fish, dried snakes, plants, human remains. I collected all the raw ingredients so I could identify them taxonomically. All the different stages of the elaboration, because fundamentally the ingredients are roasted on a grill, pounded in a mortar and pestle, sifted and to create this sort of powder. And I brought them all back through U.S. Customs, and it was kind of amusing because I came through for the first day on Easter Sunday, 1982, Kennedy Airport, and I had no permits whatsoever, and I had this suitcase made of surplus 7-Up cans that had been printed in Saudi Arabia, because you could see the Arabic script, and it was filled to the gunnels with all these ingredients, including human remains, a human skull. I had a live Bufo marinus toad, the biggest toad, this big, in my backpack, and no permits whatsoever. And I opened this up, and the customs guy in New York just slammed it shut, and he said, and I quote, "Look, it's Easter Sunday. I don't know who the you are. I didn't even want to have to work today. Just get the out of here."
Back in the U.S., Davis takes the poison to be tested in a lab. He finds something extraordinary. It contains a chemical more deadly than cyanide.
Tetrodotoxin acts by physically blocking nerves, but it brings on a state of apparent death so profound that it has many times fooled physicians.
Had the Haitian priests discovered a drug that could replicate death? If so, where did they get it?
In Haiti, there's this sort of famous puffer fish, which inflates like a big porcupine. Without doubt, the Haitian sorcerers had identified a natural product that contained a toxin that could make someone appear to be dead.
Could this powerful drug produce the symptoms Narcisse experienced?
He said he was paralyzed. He could hear himself pronounced dead. He could sense the sheet pulled over his eyes. He heard his sister begin to wail, but he could not respond.
Was an innocent man turned into a zombie? The evidence seems undeniable, except for one thing.
No one knows if Narcisse was administered the poison. What we do know is that he was pronounced dead when he turned back into the realm of the living. So presumably, if any of this is accurate, somehow he received the poison. According to what he said, the poison was rubbed into the skin. And this is important because the folkloric idea that you read in the literature is that the poison is placed into a cross on the ground, the victim walks over, and suddenly all things unravel. Well, that's a magical idea, no doubt, because obviously, physiologically, no poison is going to go through the callous feet of a peasant. But again, this is where you have to separate out what might be called the view from within from the view from without. According to Narcisse, he had the poison rubbed into his skin. And this would be important because the effective way for this powder to be administered would be through the blood.
All right, let's think about this for a second. We know that a certain set of brain alterations, diseases, or injuries could cause the zombie-like symptoms you see in the movies. That a mysterious poison has the power to mimic death. But is there any real proof that we can return from the dead? Well, let me tell you something. The living dead are living among us. And they're in Detroit. At a warehouse in Detroit, something remarkable is happening. Inside these containers, 103 people are waiting to return from the dead. This is a cryonic center. The people entombed here have made an incredible choice: to have their bodies frozen after death, with the hope that science will one day bring them back to life. Ben Best is the president of the Cryonics Institute. He believes not only can we survive death, but that the people here haven't actually died.
We do call them patients because we don't regard them as being dead in an ultimate sense. I think in practice, be regarded as a hospital, because I think that's what we're doing. We're holding these metabolically challenged patients.
But can cryogenics work? It's a remarkable and controversial process.
Behind me are our cryostats. They hold liquid nitrogen, which is at minus 196 degrees Celsius. Each of these cylindrical units holds 6 patients.
Best believes cryogenics has changed our definition of death. Only a few decades ago, if your heart stopped, that was it.
But it's just not the way we see things anymore.
How do you keep someone who is dead alive? It begins by pumping oxygen-rich blood throughout the body. This keeps cells alive and avoids damage caused by rigor mortis. Then, the body must be cooled.
We don't just drop the patient in a liquid nitrogen. That kind of rapid cooling would be very damaging. So we try to cool in a controlled manner. If you cool too quickly, then you get too much cracking. We can't prevent cracking entirely, but certainly if you just drop the patient directly into liquid nitrogen, there'd be a lot of cracking and shattering. What we want to do is we want to cool as quickly as possible while the cryoprotectant, the medical grade antifreeze, is still in a liquid state. And then when it solidifies, we want to cool very slowly, because while it's in a liquid state, the idea, you want it, the colder the better. But when it becomes a solid, if you cool too quickly, you create thermal stress.
The body temperature is slowly lowered, first by an ice bath, and then in a cooling chamber where it will reach minus 196 degrees. Best believes this will preserve these bodies for hundreds or perhaps thousands of years. But why?
It seems to me as if you're preserving all the material there, that some future technology is going to be able to figure out a way to get that all fixed and going again. It's reasonable to think that nanomachines can restore the person to their original condition.
Nanomachines already exist. Tiny machines smaller than a single cell. Scientists believe they could soon flow through our bloodstream, targeting viruses, repairing organs, and destroying disease. Can cryogenics give us life after death? Could it even conquer death itself? Best believes it is our greatest hope for eternal living.
It doesn't seem so much more unreasonable than to speculate that people will someday live on Mars.
Can we die and wake up 1,000 years later and resume our lives? And even if we can, would we really want to? Or do we return as zombies, doomed to a mindless existence? Is life after death really life at all? Weird. Or what? So there we have it. Stories of life after death from all over the world. In Connecticut, a man is overcome with emotion at a Civil War battlefield. Is he the reincarnation of a dead general? In England, scientists conduct a remarkable paranormal experiment. Did they find the first proof of the afterlife? And in Haiti, a man returns from the grave 18 years after his death. Are the living dead walking amongst us? Do zombies exist? Are these stories evidence of life after death? Can we dismiss those who claim they are true? You decide. Join me again next time for more stories that will undoubtedly be weird or what? You know, I've been around for a while. Met some interesting people. Done some crazy things. So you just might think that there's not much that can take me by surprise. You'd be wrong. The world is full of stories, science, and things that amaze and confound me. Every single day, incredible mysteries that keep me awake at night. Some I can answer. Others just defy logic. Are aliens among us? In Colorado, a farmer makes a gruesome discovery. A cow is mutilated by technology beyond human comprehension.
My first thought was, they're back.
Did aliens commit this ghastly crime? Across the world, thousands of people are being dragged from their beds in the middle of the night. Are they being abducted by extraterrestrials?
There's nothing normal about these beings.
And in the USA, an astronomer makes a remarkable discovery. A cryptic message from outer space. Could this be the first scientific evidence of alien contact?
Yeah. It's a weird world.
Love it. Aliens exist. And what's more, they not only aim to take over our planet, they're already here. And they're breeding with us. You think I'm crazy? No. Well, maybe. But think twice. More than 15 million Americans claim they've seen a UFO, and let's face it, most of us believe that aliens are somewhere out there. But now, all over the planet, weird, unexplainable, and sometimes horrific events are telling us something else. They're not only right here, they're up to no good. Weird or what? The San Luis Valley is a beautiful corner of Colorado and home to hundreds of cattle ranchers just like Mike Duran.
I grew up in the area here, lived here all my life.
But on March 8th, 2009, Mike's perfect world was shattered when one of his prized cows went missing.
Last time we saw her was Friday for sure. Sunday when I came to feed, I noticed her little baby was by itself.
It's not unusual for cows to get separated from the herd. But farmers must find these valuable animals, and fast.
So I went around the property looking for her, and I did not find her, so I went on a ridge, and on the ridge I can see the whole property very, very good.
Finally, Mike finds what he's looking for. But it's not good news.
I figured while she came down, she just fell, and she just died. Thought to myself, well, she's been a good cow.
But on closer inspection, Mike makes a horrifying discovery.
And that's when I noticed that her udders had been removed. And then I looked and also noticed that the female organ around the vaginal area had also been cut out. And it's weird because there's no blood around, there are no tracks.
It appears Mike's cow has been brutally mutilated. But remarkably, this senseless crime isn't the only one.
In the dead of night, someone or something crept onto the Martin property and removed the sex organs and other parts from a 700-pound steer.
I don't see anything on this side.
Garth Lamb had never seen anything like it.
It appears to be something very sharp.
During the last century, cattle mutilation has been reported all over the world. The incidents are all chillingly similar. The animal's sexual organs, tongue, eyes, and ears are often missing. Its blood has been drained. And there is no evidence to identify the attacker. Mike believes he knows what is responsible for these vicious mutilations.
The cuts are something that you cannot just make with a knife or anything. It looks like it's cut and cauterized at the same time, like a laser cut. My first thought was they're back. I believe that it's not something from this world. People may think I'm crazy, but I think it's likely that it's something extraterrestrial or aliens.
It's horrific, isn't it? Innocent cows, farmers' friends, sliced and seemingly dissected, mutilated, beyond recognition by something. And besides, what a waste of delicious steak. Can we simply blame aliens every time something weird like this happens? Why should they take the rap? But if aliens aren't beating up our beloved bovines, who or what is? Arkansas State Police Officer Sergeant Rico Kelly and Sergeant Doug Fogley are cow mutilation experts. They personally investigated nearly 40 identical cases in Washington County in 1979.
We started having a rash of mysterious deaths of livestock, and our job is to determine whether a crime has occurred.
I got to review most of the cases in Arkansas, look at their photographs, and go to a few scenes. There were a lot of theories. A lot of people crawled out of the woodwork.
But this was a crime they had never seen the likes of before. They decided to use detective work to try and solve it.
The Sheriff Herb Marshall came into my office and outlined an experiment he wanted to do to determine, what might be causing these cattle mutilations.
Using surveillance cameras to study sick and dying cows from the moment of their death, they hoped the experiment would reveal how injuries in the mutilated animals might occur.
What we were seeing within just a couple of hours, these animals would start to bloat from the gases inside, and that would force all their organs on the outside. The eye that was turned up, that was exposed to the air, it was missing, it was gone. The tongue was missing, and the sexual organs of the animal, they were all gone.
But could escaping gases account for other classic signs of mutilation? Could they produce the precise laser-like cuts Mike Durant found on his dead cow?
There was a lot of talk about surgical incisions and things like that, but this was all done by flies. Anytime you have an animal like that that's laying out in the hot sun and it swells up and all of its organs get pushed out through its anus, you're going to have some blood out there, and the blowflies cleaned it all up. I mean, this was a classic cattle mutilation. The flies would lay the eggs in the carcass, and within just a very short period of time, they'd hatch out into maggots, and these things they're great surgeons. I mean, they took care of it very quickly. We were able to produce that in our experiment.
There's no difference in the classic mutilation photos and the photos taken by Washington County.
I'm absolutely positively convinced that our experiment proved it beyond a shadow of a doubt, and the results for the past 30 years, I think, back that up.
It's a compelling experiment, but questions remain. What killed seemingly healthy animals in the first place? And what about the lack of blood? Christopher O'Brien is an investigative journalist. He's been independently researching livestock mutilations since 1992.
I find it very hard to believe that aliens are coming light years to harvest parts for lip and eye stew or udder souffle, or for whatever reason. Somebody, somewhere, knows what is behind these perpetrators' agenda.
Chris believes the answer is far more sinister.
We have 350 reports, very good documented reports of helicopter activity in and around cattle mutilation sites. And since then, we've had about 100 more. They are monitoring what I think is a scourge in the food chain, which is known as mad cow disease.
Mad cow is a highly infectious and deadly disease that can spread from cows to humans with horrific results. When it's discovered in livestock, all hell breaks loose.
Because of the pervasive spread of this disease in England, 6 million head of livestock were slaughtered.
Chris believes this deadly disease and the cattle mutilations are linked.
The first outbreak in '67 occurred right when the first publicized cattle mutilation case occurred, which was actually a horse named Snippy. Ever since then, we've seen the spread of this phenomenon across the United States. 32 states at last count have been targeted, and we're no closer to finding out who or what is doing this. Now, I find it interesting that mad cow disease should break out in the environment, and then we have these unusual livestock deaths case commencing. And if we do have mad cow loose in the food chain, it stands to reason that there's some quasi-military, possibly a government group, that's going around lifting these cattle from the pasture, doing environmental monitoring to find out how pervasive this is sweeping through cattle herds.
Covert government choppers dragging cows away to be tested for mad cow disease. It might explain why there is no footprints at the scene, but does it tell us why their organs were removed?
The soft tissue organs that are most commonly removed during these cattle mutilation experiments are the organs that humans develop cancer in most often. I think that there's a connection there. These soft tissue organs are also the youngest organs in the body. They're the quickest regenerating tissue, And you can find the most recent residual effects of the environment in these organs.
It's a remarkable claim. But why keep it secret?
If the government ever let word out that they were doing this and that the food chain had been compromised, you could just imagine what the panic would be in the red meat-eating public, and that's not going to happen.
So let's think about this. What have we learned so far? Horrific cattle mutilations are taking place all over the planet. These mysterious and unthinkable crimes have so far been blamed on choppers, kidnapping, mystified animals in the middle of the night, part of a mad, mad cow conspiracy. And if you think that's hard to follow, others will believe the culprits for these heinous crimes are flies. Maybe the idea that these were encounters with aliens isn't so crazy. Have I killed an alien? Worldwide, cattle are being mysteriously mutilated. Is E.T. responsible?
The evidence that we have is that alien intelligences are actually sampling the environment through the removal of tissue and glands of animals on a global scale.
Philip Hoyle is the director of the Animal Pathology Research Unit in the UK. He believes that not only are aliens guilty, they are more advanced than we can imagine.
Some of the weirdest stories we hear from farmers that actually have these mutilations is they see spheres of light, and within those lights what clearly can only be described as UFOs, and they operate completely differently and unconventionally to any helicopters or any known aircraft. We have some evidence that the perpetrators are actually taking the animals from the farms by using special, what we call transference beams. These beams are an anti-gravity beam, and as soon as the animal is placed in the beam, they are taken on board the craft, where the animals are obviously dissected and then placed back onto the ground. The materials that have been actually removed from the animals are then taken back, obviously, to another location, possibly off-world, to be used in whatever agenda that they might have.
Transference beams might account for the lack of evidence surrounding the cows on the ground. But does Hoyle have an answer for the precision surgery? Yes.
Some of the actual injuries that we've actually investigated, the technology that's been used is quite frightening, because some of the actual injuries would indicate that the tissue has been unzipped, totally different to a scalpel would be used. So it's obviously far in advance to anything we have at the moment on planet Earth. It's clean, precise, clinical, straight line cuts. Sometimes we discover a black putty paste upon the carcass, and this paste, when analysed, is actually determined to be hemoglobin. It's actually been separated. The white and red corpuscles have been separated by a centrifuge, and that can only be done in a laboratory. Predators can't do it.
Philip Hoyle is not only convinced he's right, he thinks the other theories are crazy.
If maggots have caused these injuries, what happens when an animal's found within minutes or hours of the last time it's been seen? What's responsible for that? Super maggot?
So if aliens are abducting and mutilating our innocent, beloved cows, what do they want with them?
I think there is a number of alien intelligences with a vested interest in planet Earth and humanity, and they are monitoring the food chain and the environment through the sampling of genetic materials and tissues taken from animals. So I think that they're not hostile, and they have really got our interests at heart, because if they didn't, we wouldn't be here today.
In the end, we are left with more questions than answers. Are cows being mutilated as part of a government conspiracy? Are their injuries the result of natural causes? Or are aliens plotting to take over the planet?
This is a true mystery. This is weird, people. This is weird.
Or what? You know, I love my sleep. I sleep like a baby. In fact, there's nothing that can wake me up save for, well, never mind. But across the world, for hundreds, indeed thousands of people, sleep is a living nightmare. These chosen ones are being woken up in the middle of the night, dragged from their beds and taken to somewhere strange. Where are they going? And who? Oh! No, not there, not there! Oh, please, not there! Jim Sparks is a very down-to-earth kind of guy.
I've always been considered to be an honest, logical, straightforward person.
But in 1969, he experienced a string of events that would threaten his hold on reality.
I kept having the same reoccurring dream, where some things were coming into my bedroom, escorting me out of my bed, through the hallway, and across the yard into the woods.
At first, Jim tries to dismiss the dreams as nothing out of the ordinary. But they soon turn into something far more sinister.
I would be asleep, and I would be instantly paralyzed, and I would hear this loud, whipping, whirling sound inside my head. I was paralyzed, so I couldn't jump up out of bed until the sound was just screaming in my head. And then I would feel a sensation coming up from the pit of my stomach, working its way up to my upper torso. And once it hit the area of my heart would race, you know, like 1,000 miles an hour is what it felt like. And these sensations were gut-wrenching, and I would be screaming inside my head because I couldn't get my vocal cords to work. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. And then you feel a sense of acceleration, and it scared me to death. So you scream inside your head, I don't want to die, I don't want to die, and then you black out.
When Jim eventually wakes up, he can't believe where he is.
I was in this room, and light was emanating from everywhere, but nowhere specifically. Try to imagine yourself, this average person, finding yourself in a room, not knowing where the heck you are and why you're even there.
But the one thing Jim does know is he is not alone.
Everything was weird. There's nothing normal about these beings. They do things in a very methodical, business-like fashion. They're fast, they're quick, they're to the point, and they're going to tell you things, and when they decide to shed information, it's not always what you want to hear. They did a variety of experiments. There were mental experiments, physical experiments, medical experiments. It was horrifying, it was scary. I didn't know what was going on. I didn't understand what was going on. I just knew that something, for the first time in my life, paranormal was taking place. And I just had I had no frame of reference. I couldn't figure what it was. I had no clue that they were aliens. All I was doing was yelling and screaming is, where am I? Where am I? Why am I here? Who's doing this to me?
Suddenly, Jim is no longer an ordinary man. He now has an extraordinary claim.
I've been abducted many dozens and dozens and dozens of times over the last 23 years. I understand that there's going to be doubters, but this is real.
After a series of bizarre events, a man claims he is being removed from his bed at night and experimented on by aliens. Could this be true? Susan Clancy is a Harvard psychology researcher. She believes alien abductions are easily explained.
Could it be aliens came into your room and took you or touched you or performed sexual experiments? It could be, but it's far more likely that it's an episode of sleep paralysis.
Sleep paralysis is a little-known medical condition that affects 1 in 5 Americans.
Sleep paralysis is one of the weirdest things that can happen when you're sleeping. In our research, interviewing people who had sleep paralysis experience, most people don't think it was linked to alien abduction. But most people also do report that they wanted to know what it was. And the explanations they generated on their own, for example, I'm going crazy, I'm dying, I'm having a heart attack, there's a robber in the house, and then of course there's also the alien abduction possibility. I experienced sleep paralysis once. I was actually writing on sleep paralysis, and I had a new baby, and I was on my couch trying to finish a paper, and I fell asleep. And when I woke up sometime in the middle of the night, I was spinning in the air like a rotisserie chicken, and there were presences in the room. And I remember thinking, it's real. It's all real. People really are being abducted. Sleep paralysis is likely to occur when you have a disruption of your sleep cycles. So for example, if you're jet lagged, or if you're a new mom up all night with your kids, or if you're on the night shift.
During sleep, neurotransmitters in the brain send out signals that shut down major muscles and prevents us from acting out our dreams.
So essentially you're paralyzed when you're sleeping, which is very good. Otherwise you'd be thrashing around and beating up your partner, et cetera, et cetera.
But this self-defense mechanism can backfire when your brain wakes up before your body. This behavior has been shown in clinical trials.
When you experience sleep paralysis and you wake up, you're still experiencing the paralysis that accompanies sleep. So it really is this limbo state where your two sleep cycles, sleep and awake, have temporarily overlapped. You are aware of being awake, but you're still sleeping in the sense that you're paralyzed. Now imagine this. On top of that, when you experience the sleep paralysis, you were dreaming. So imagine what happens when you're having a dream, the visual images going through your head, the feelings you have. Those visual images, those feelings, that kind of dream mentation is going to leak into your waking state. It is a terrifying experience.
In this bizarre limbo state, terrifying images from the dream world can take over.
You can feel that there's something in the room. You open your mouth to scream, but you can't because you can't move. At the same time, there's a stabbing pain in your stomach, and the thing on the bed is so close to you that it's pushing down on your chest. This is what a sleep paralysis episode can feel like. There's a clear link between sleep paralysis experiences and alien abduction memories. However, they're not the same thing. The way sleep paralysis figures into alien abduction is that usually a sleep paralysis episode is the first thing that happens to people that makes them suspect they may have been abducted by aliens. So they have an episode of sleep paralysis, they wake up, they're thinking, my God, what just happened to me? If these are people that are familiar with movies about alien abduction or have read books about alien abduction, many of them will think, wow, is it possible that I was abducted by aliens? They're searching for meaning. That's perfectly natural.
Are thousands of people who claim to be abducted by aliens simply victims of sleep paralysis? Or can these bizarre stories be explained by something else? Neuroscientist Dr. Michael Persinger believes he has solved the mystery with a remarkable invention known as the God helmet.
The helmet has little devices that generate magnetic fields. They are pulsed through the brain at very weak intensities, very much like putting your face in front of the computer screen. What controls them is a computer program, special software that translates a series of numbers from 0 to 256 through an analog to digital converter to the pattern. And the pattern we extracted from the brains of people who were having, or at least reporting, these kinds of experiences. So we replicate nature.
The God helmet was designed to discover why our brains are so receptive to religious experiences. But during a series of experiments in 2005, Persinger discovered it produced something unexpected and weird.
And it says you felt the presence of something.
Yeah, there's like other things around me.
I would say the vast majority say it's an alien thing of something. It's not theirs.
These volunteers claimed they were seeing alien entities in the room. Persinger believes these visions were produced when electricity from the God helmet stimulated the temporal lobes on one side of the brain.
So here's a human brain. It's shrunk a bit because it's been fixed, but you can see that you have a left side and a right, two hemispheres. It's only when we stimulated the right hemisphere that people started to report these entities.
So what is it about the right side of our brains that can create lifelike aliens? Let's see if I can explain. The left and right sides of our brains are noticeably different. If I asked the left side of my brain, who am I? It would answer with words, smart, charming, handsome, all those obvious things. But if I asked the right side of my brain, who am I? It couldn't answer. You see, the right hemisphere doesn't understand language. It only recognizes and stores shapes and images. Fair enough. But what's this got to do with aliens? Many of the images stored in the right hemisphere of the brain represent ourselves. Persinger believes stimulating this area causes them to be projected, seemingly outside of the body, as aliens.
When you're aware of it, it feels like an alien type of sense of self. And it could be described, depending upon the culture, everything from an incubus or a succubus to an angel to a demon, to even, in terms of contemporary context, in our space-oriented society, an alien.
But there's just one problem. People like Jim Sparks weren't sleeping with brain-bending helmets on their heads. So how did they see aliens?
Some people are more prone to it than others. These individuals pick up all kinds of small alterations in the environment, and what triggers it can be something as minor as simply a single neuron. Now, what makes that neuron fire? Well, sometimes it's the intrinsic electrical sensitivity of the person. Sometimes it can be external magnetic fields. They occur from tectonic strain before earthquakes or during geomagnetic storms. That's why you often have large numbers of people reporting these experiences, because large numbers of people are being stimulated at the same time. Artists, writers, musicians are very markedly prone to these kinds of experiences. In the ancient days, they were called the muse. You were visited by the muse from another dimension that gave you special inspiration or knowledge or even precognitive type of experiences. Today, of course, we call them alien experiences, and they're just as real to the person as the muses were to the poets of the past.
Are alien abductions simply a trick of the mind? Or could they be true? One man believes we should be very afraid.
I fear for my kids and everybody else's kids.
Thousands of people worldwide claim they're being abducted by aliens. Is this simply a sleep disorder? Or a trick of the mind? Temple University professor David Jacobs has spent his life studying alien abductions. He's come to an incredible conclusion.
I was not a great believer in abductions when I began this work, and now the evidence has persuaded me that alien abductions are real.
Over 3 decades, Jacobs' research has stacked up numbers which are impossible to ignore.
I have looked at approximately 1,100 different abduction events with about 150 people. They know that there's absolutely nothing to gain by coming to my house and saying that they've been abducted by people from another dimension or planet or whatever it is. It's all downside, there's no upside. It makes them look crazy, they don't want their names used, they don't want people to know that they're even coming here. I have worked with people who refuse to tell me their names. They just work under a fake name altogether, and I understand that. People are abducted with their families. They are abducted with strangers. They're abducted in groups. People can verify each other's abductions.
Should we believe the claims of thousands of victims of alien abduction? And if so, why is ET coming to Earth?
You know, lots of people believe that this is a benevolent phenomenon, that these are loving, caring light beams who are concerned with our well-being.
But Jacobs believes the aliens have a much more sinister purpose.
People have unusual experiences related to UFOs, and they can't remember what happened to them. There might be a 2, 3, 4 hour missing time period that they can't account for, and nobody else around them can account for it either.
Are aliens erasing the memory of their victims? Why? Jacobs believes he can find the answer using hypnosis.
I feel I'm sliding out of the bed.
Are you alone at this time?
No, I feel like there's something around me, beings, and they're on either side of me. I'm scared.
When I'm under hypnosis, I remember being examined, some sort of medical exam or some sort of medical procedure.
All abductees say the same thing. They are required to lie on a table, and when they do that, a series of physical, reproductive, and mental procedures are performed upon them. They have a staring procedure whereby a gray alien will stare directly into their eyes from a distance of an inch or maybe even touching foreheads. They cannot close their eyes, they can't shift their eyes, and they can feel a sort of something happening in their mind. It might be flashes of images, it might be the evocation of feelings, it might be all sorts of things that these beings want to have happen. If it's a woman, eggs are taken. If it's a man, sperm is taken.
Why would aliens perform these brutal acts? When Jacobs digs deep, he uncovers something bizarre.
There was one experience I can remember with a small baby. I don't know what you would call it. The baby that I was holding was very pale colored, seemed very weak to me, and didn't have a lot of hair. And I felt like I was comforting it somehow. So that was my experience with this baby. And it was, you know, it's a small fleeting memory in the entire experience. And it was puzzling to me because I didn't understand it.
They all describe unusual looking babies or children who look sort of like a cross between alien and human. There was a spectrum. Some looked more human and others looked more alien.
Jacobs believes there can only be one answer. Aliens are breeding with humans.
Why are all sorts of people describing this? We think that this is an integration program into the society. Why it's an integration into the society, I don't know. We don't know that. That is the main question in abduction research now. Why? Abductees are not told why, and therefore we don't know why. Now, if this were psychological, we'd know why. They just make it up like they're making everything else up. And we'd have a variety of whys, but we really do not know why. It's adding up to the exploitation of one species over another. I fear for my kids and everybody else's kids. I fear for the generations coming up. I don't think that they're going to be leading the lives that they think they're going to be leading.
Are aliens abducting innocent people in order to create a breeding program and take over the planet? Are they walking amongst us? Whatever the answer, this story is definitely weird, or what? August 1977. A mega telescope records what could be the most important broadcast in history. Could this be the first proof of contact with alien life? Weird, or what? If we're to believe that, not only do aliens exist, but they're here and breeding, half human, half alien. Children. Most sane, normal people are going to want something more concrete than some theories by, nut jobs. We're looking for something a little more substantial, like scientific proof, right? Well, here it is. In 1977, Jerry Amon was a university professor with a unique hobby: hunting for alien life.
I was actually a volunteer at the Ohio State University Radio Observatory.
Jerry's job was to study data from a giant telescope called the Big Ear. Acting like a giant radio antenna, Big Ear hoped to receive a message from outer space. But finding a needle in a cosmic haystack wasn't easy.
I had been looking at the printouts for many months, but seeing nothing significant.
After years of little more than radio silence, at 10:16 p.m. on August 15, 1977, the Big Ear suddenly came to life. For the next 72 seconds, it would pump out a message that could ultimately change the world.
I looked at the computer output, and just within 2 or 3 pages, I saw the signal. This was so unusual.
Normally, printouts from the Big Ear contained a few ones and twos, representing weak signals from the lifeless vacuum of space. But what Jerry saw could only be described as weird.
I saw 6EQUJ5, a sequence of numbers and letters representing a signal that was rising, reaching a peak, and then falling off. I called the director of the radio observatory. We decided to start looking up known sources of radio waves, planets, satellites, anything we could think of. Nothing matched, not a thing. So I circled it and wrote the word wow. Since we couldn't identify it with anything else, we just started calling it the wow signal.
A 72-second message sent to Earth from someone or something deep in outer space? Jerry's right. Wow. Is this what we've been waiting for? Is the wow signal the first indisputable scientific proof that we are not alone? If so, who sent it? And what did it say? Let's think about this for a minute. If you were an alien making contact with Earth, wouldn't you like to make more of a grand entrance? Like they do in the movies? Why bother with something low-tech?
You wouldn't put a record on a spacecraft and send it out in some random direction at a relatively slow speed. You know, if you really want to talk to the neighbors on other star systems, you send a signal at the speed of light.
Dr. David Grinspoon is an astrobiologist. He believes the wow signal is something we should be very excited about.
It seems quite possible to me that the wow signal really is communication from an extraterrestrial intelligence.
Did E.T. really call us? And what is it about the wow signal that makes Grinspoon so sure?
It's a narrow-band signal, which means all of that energy is in one little radio frequency. It's not spread out. You go a little bit on the dial, one direction or the other, and there's nothing there.
Naturally occurring radio waves travel across space in a wide range of frequencies. Narrowband signals are concentrated into one channel, which lets them travel vast distances. But if the wow signal really is a message from an advanced alien civilization, where are they?
Well, we know what direction it came from. It came from a point in the sky in the constellation Sagittarius.
Sagittarius is a group of stars we can see from the Earth on summer nights. If Grinspoon is right, it could mean the wow signal came from somewhere close within our own galaxy.
We're now discovering all these planets around other stars, so we know enough to know that there are billions of planets out there in the galaxy, and there's got to be life out there, and probably lots of it.
Remarkably, there's even more mystery surrounding this amazing event. If an alien race did send us a radio beam, they only did it once.
We were hoping that the signal would repeat itself, so we covered that strip of sky close to 100 times and didn't see anything again.
An American radio telescope intercepts a powerful and mysterious radio wave from deep in outer space. Scientists call it the wow signal. Could this be the first scientific evidence of alien contact? Astronomer Dan Wertheimer has analyzed the wow signal. He thinks he has the answer.
It's an interesting signal, and I'm very proud of what these guys did. They were pioneers early on in the 70s, but I don't think they found ET.
But if Jerry Amon didn't find proof of extraterrestrial life, what exactly did he find?
A radio telescope is very sensitive, so anything passing over the beam of the telescope we can detect, but it's also unfortunately sensitive to signals that can come in from the side. The radio pollution comes from people with cell phones, television transmitters, radar, airplanes.
Every second, human technology produces billions of radio waves. On a radio telescope, most of them are seen as random energy. But the wow signal was a concentrated signal over 72 seconds long. Could anything man-made produce something similar? The answer is yes.
And that kind of thing can come from a satellite passing over the dish. As it gets near to the dish, it gets stronger. As it goes right over the dish, it's very strong, and then as it moves away from the dish, it gets weaker. We have hundreds of these things that look very similar to the wow signal, but they're not ET.
Did Jerry Amon mistake a satellite for a message from aliens? It's certainly a plausible explanation. But there's just one big problem.
We investigated, all known satellites, and none were in the area at the time of our observation.
Could they have missed something? Could there have been a secret military satellite in the area?
A satellite closer in, 300-400 miles off the Earth's surface, would have moved so rapidly we wouldn't have got the beam shape that we observed.
So, if it's not a satellite, if it's not some guy on a cell phone or a bad 70s rerun, and if it's not a broadcast from aliens, what else could possibly produce a signal that makes us go, wow?
Caleb Scharf is an astronomer who peers into the deepest regions of space. He has seen things that make him believe neither man nor alien made the wow signal.
There's a lot of weird stuff happening in the universe. The universe, it may look quiet when you're standing outside on a peaceful night, but the truth is there are phenomena in the universe that are explosive, violent, and changing all the time. And sometimes we see that energy as bursts of radio emission, even bursts of X-ray light.
The space weirdos Caleb refers to are things like neutron stars, the leftover cores of once great stars, and supernovas, the explosive results of when even bigger stars die. But one of the weirdest are black holes.
We think that black holes form when a really massive star burns through all its fuel and can no longer support itself against the force of gravity. Its own weight crushes it. The truth is, as material drops into a black hole and gets shredded by the intense gravitational field, it releases energy back out into the universe. And that energy can be in the form of X-rays, of light, and of radio waves. It's as if, after the black hole has a meal, it burps. And that burp can be heard across the universe.
So, the wow signal, the thing that we thought might be the first message from an advanced intergalactic civilization. And one of the greatest moments in human history is just a black hole belching after gulping down a nebula. Too fast? Is this guy for real? And does it explain the biggest mystery of all? Why we only heard the wow signal once, I'm not sure it does. Excuse me.
There are many phenomena out there that may only happen once in a human lifetime. So imagine you're in a big stadium. There are 20,000 people around you, and they all have cameras with flashes. You'll see a flash, and you'll try to locate it. The problem is, it's almost impossible to know exactly who used their camera at that moment. And the wow signal is kind of like that. But we know that there are many incredibly interesting phenomena in the universe, like neutron stars getting cranky, black holes burping, that do just this. It's like flashes going off in a stadium, and we're at the center, and we're trying to understand what's happening.
Could the wow signal be made by something so strange, science hasn't even discovered it yet? It may be the best explanation yet. But many believe this mystery isn't solved so easily.
This could be some natural phenomena that we don't know about, but people have tried to sort of match it up with natural phenomena we do know about, and it doesn't work. It doesn't have the right characteristics.
So if the wow signal wasn't something natural, what was it? Did we just get lucky and catch an alien conversation? And if we did, it raises one last compelling question. What were they saying?
I think of it as what I imagine is a ship-to-ship communication. It almost seems accidental, like maybe we were eavesdropping on something because it's there and then it's not there. It's sort of haunting that it's still out there. The wow signal now is, however many light years away from Earth, still traveling through space. It's a beacon that's saying, hey, this is not completely fruitless, this search. Keep looking. There are things out here to find.
In the end, we are left with a mystery. Is the wow signal just some freaky radio transmission from Earth? Was it the bizarre burp of a black hole? Or could it be the first real proof of alien life? Whatever the truth, it's definitely weird. Or what? So there we have it. Strange and mysterious stories of encounters with aliens. In Colorado, a farmer discovers a cow mysteriously mutilated by unknown forces. In Texas, a man is taken from his bed night after night, abducted and experimented on by beings he cannot comprehend. And in Ohio, an astronomer receives a cryptic message from outer space. Are these bizarre stories evidence of human encounters with aliens? Can we dismiss thousands of eyewitnesses who claim they're true? You decide.
Join me again next time for more stories that will undoubtedly be weird or what?